Lock your doors. Dim the lights. You found Night Creepypasta Rules, where the week's most terrifying rules horror tales claw their way into your reality. Tonight's compilation? It's a descent into pure dread. And believe me, there's a twist at the end of this particular nightmare that you need to witness. It will change everything. What horrors keep you awake? Share your fears in the comments below. And if you crave the thrill of the unknown, subscribe and join our Legion of the Night. Don't look away. You won't want to miss how this ends. This is a very good one. They say the ocean is a vast, empty space. They lie. Welcome to Blackwater Island, a place where the waves don't just break. They remember. My name is Marcus Thorne, a marine biologist seeking solitude, a penance for a loss I couldn't bear. Instead, I found myself on an island that demanded 3 strange rules just to stay alive. What's the loneliest place you've ever been? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to face the tide, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because out here, the sea doesn't just take. It gives back. And what it gives back is never truly dead. The watch begins now. The salt spray that lashed my face wasn't cleansing. It felt like an accusation. Each wave that slammed against the aging hull of Harold Pierce's fishing trawler, the sea serpent, echoed the rhythmic crash of my own personal shipwreck. 3 years. 3 years since Lena's laughter had last danced on the wind. Since her hand had slipped from mine in the icy, chaotic waters of the Gorda Ridge. They never found her. They never found any of them. And the guilt, a cold, constant companion, had finally driven me here, to Blackwater Island, a jagged shard of rock and stunted pine, thrusting defiantly from the churning gray apathy of the North Atlantic. My estranged uncle, a man I'd met twice in my 38 years, had left me this crumbling lighthouse, this patch-Scylla godforsaken solitude. Perhaps he knew it was the only fitting mausoleum for a man like me, a marine biologist, Dr. Marcus Thorne, whose last expedition had swallowed his team, his love, and his soul whole. Harold Pierce, a man carved from salt and silence, cut the engine. The sudden quiet was deafening, broken only by the mournful cries of unseen gulls and the incessant hungry roar of the surf against the island's rocky teeth. He gestured with a calloused thumb towards a dilapidated stone jetty. "This is it, Doc. Blackwater Point. Welcome home, I suppose." There was no warmth in his voice, just the flat neutrality Scylla man, long accustomed to the vagaries of the sea and the follies of men. The lighthouse itself was a crumbling sentinel, its lantern fractured, its whitewash peeling like sunburned skin. Beside it squatted a small, weather-beaten cottage. As I hauled my meager belongings onto the jetty, a figure emerged from the cottage, as weathered and ancient as the island itself. Old Finn Finnegan, they called him. The island's only other permanent resident, a man with eyes like chips of sea glass, and a beard that looked as if it had snared a century's worth of storms. He didn't offer a greeting, just fixed me with a disconcerting stare. "So, another thorn comes to feed the tide," he rasped, his voice like sand and gravel. He pointed a gnarled finger towards the turbulent water. "This island, she has rules, son. 3 of them. You'd do well to learn them. Learn them by heart." And there, on that desolate shore, with the wind whipping my hair and the taste of brine on my lips, old Finn laid them out. Each rule the pronouncement Scylla doom. Never touch the bodies that wash ashore after storms, especially if they look familiar. Push the moving dead back to sea with long poles. No direct contact. And if a washed-up body calls your name in a voice you recognize, run inland, for what knows your name was never human and learns by mimicking loss. I wanted to laugh, to dismiss it as the ramblings of a senile hermit, but the utter, unwavering conviction in his faded eyes froze the laughter in my throat. My first nights on Blackwater were a descent into a solitude so profound it felt like a living entity. The constant thrum of the waves, the sighing wind, the unfamiliar creaks and groans Scylla cottage. Every sound was amplified, taking on a sinister edge in the crushing darkness. Lena haunted my dreams, not as she was, vibrant and alive, but as a waterlogged, silent accuser, her eyes wide and empty. And sometimes I'd wake with a jolt, convinced I'd heard a faint, melodic humming from the direction of the deep ocean, a sound that vibrated not in my ears, but in my bones. Then the storm hit. It wasn't just a storm. It was a cataclysm, a frenzied, week-long assault by the Atlantic. I weathered it in the precarious shelter of the Lighthouse tower, the wind shrieking like a banshee, the tower itself groaning and swaying as if it might be torn from its very foundations. When it finally blew itself out, leaving behind a bruised, exhausted dawn, I descended weary and raw-nerved. And there, on the scoured clean crescent of beach below the lighthouse, lay a dark, elongated shape, stark against the pale sand. The scent hit me even from the tower steps, a thick, cloying miasma of salt, decay, and something else, something deeply, primordially wrong. My stomach lurched. The tide had brought its first offering. Even from a distance, the thing on the beach was an abomination. The first rule screamed unheard in the rational scientific corner of my mind, but the morbid curiosity, the ingrained habit of a biologist facing the unknown, was a powerful countercurrent. I approached cautiously, my boots sinking into the damp, storm-tossed sand. It was vaguely human, bloated, discolored, festooned with grotesque strands of seaweed that seemed to writhe with a life of their own. The features were mostly obliterated, smoothed and sculpted into a horrifying anonymity by the relentless chafe of the sea and its scavengers. But the general size, the length of what might have been limbs, it was a disturbing match for an adult. The stench was overwhelming now, a sickening cocktail of brine, putrefaction, and that same underlying, deeply unsettling aquatic wrongness. A shadow fell over me. Old Finn, he stood there, a long, weathered boathook in his gnarled hands, his sea-glass eyes fixed not on me, but on the grotesque offering. He didn't speak, just began to work, his movements economical and practiced. He hooked the thing by a tattered piece of what might have been clothing, and with grunts of effort, began to push and lever it back towards the hungry surf. Sea takes what it's owed, he muttered. More to the corpse than to me. And we return what ain't ours to keep. As a larger wave finally claimed the bloated mass, dragging it back into the churning gray, Finn turned his unnervingly placid gaze on me. You touch 'em, son. You invite 'em in. They ain't who they seem. They're just masks the water wears. His words, stark and unadorned, sent a fresh shiver down my spine. I retreated to the lighthouse, seeking solace in my uncle's forgotten possessions. His logs, initially filled with mundane observations of weather and tides, grew more erratic in the later years. Talk of the deep songs, of faces in the waves, of a pact made in salt and blood. He wrote of objects washing ashore, strangely preserved, sometimes bearing an uncanny resemblance to items lost by islanders generations before. The tide remembers, one entry read, and it is patient. My satellite phone, my only tenuous link to the outside world, crackled to life a few days later. Deputy Eva Rostova, from the Mainland Sheriff's Department in Port Clyde. Her voice was young, crisp, professional, but with an undercurrent of something I couldn't quite place. Concern, or perhaps a deeply ingrained local suspicion. Just checking in, Dr. Thorne, she said. Blackwater Island. It's got a bit of a reputation. Not many folks last long out there. You need anything, you give us a call. But some things out there, best left to the sea. Another warning veiled in official courtesy. The next storm was less violent, a brooding northeaster that churned the waters for a day and a night. The following morning, the tide had delivered again. Another shape on the beach, This one was smaller, less ravaged by the immediate journey. As I approached, my heart stuttering in my chest, my vision tunneled. The clothes were tattered, yes, but the style, the faded blue of the jacket, and then I saw it, glinting dully in the weak morning light, tangled in a mass of what had once been dark, curling hair. A small silver locket shaped like a sand dollar. The locket I had given Lena on our first anniversary. My breath caught in my throat, a ragged, painful gasp. It couldn't be. It couldn't. But the silent, screaming evidence lay there on the wet sand, a grotesque parody of my deepest, most sacred loss. The first rule was no longer an old man's rambling. It was a personal, visceral torment. The world tilted. Bile rose in my throat. Lena, not Lena. It can't be. My mind screamed denial, even as my eyes drank in the horrifyingly familiar details of the thing on the beach. The silver locket winked at me, a cruel mockery. The faded blue jacket, her favorite, now plastered with sand and something dark and viscid. I stumbled back, the first rule of a roaring inferno in my brain. Never touch them, especially if they look familiar. This was more than familiar. This was a piece of my soul, spat back onto the shore by an indifferent or perhaps malevolent ocean. My hands trembled, balled into fists. I wanted to run to it, to gather it up, to scream at the injustice. Scylla universe. Then a flicker Scylla movement. A slight, almost imperceptible twitch of a waterlogged finger. The bloated chest cavity seemed to expand. Just a fraction. A wet, sighing sound like air escaping a punctured lung reached my ears. When the dead appear to be breathing or moving slightly, don't approach. Instead, push them back to sea with long poles, without touching them directly. Old Finn's gravelly voice, his second rule. My scientific mind reeled. Hypoxia, post-mortem muscle spasms, gas buildup, or something else. Something that fit the island's chilling. I found a long piece of driftwood, bleached and smooth by the sea, an inadequate substitute for Finn's bowhook. My heart hammered against my ribs, each beat a sickening thud. Approaching the thing that wore Lena's face, Lena's locket, felt like wading into my own personal hell. The stench was appalling, the intimate scent of her shampoo now a ghastly undercurrent to the reek of oceanic decay. With shaking hands, I extended the driftwood, pressing it against the sodden jacket. The body yielded with a horrible soft plasticity, pushing her. It, back towards the incoming tide, felt like the ultimate act of betrayal, a desecration of memory itself. Each shove was a fresh torment. Finally, a wave, larger than the others, slunk up the beach and dragged its grisly offering back into the gray, churning maw. I collapsed onto the sand, gasping. The image of that slight movement, that faint sigh, burned into my retinas. Harold Pierce arrived later that day, his sea serpent chugging into the small cove, laden with my requested supplies. He found me sitting woodenly on the lighthouse steps, staring out at the unforgiving ocean. His weathered face was, as usual, impassive, but his eyes, the color of a stormy sea, lingered on me for a moment longer than necessary. I told him about the bodies, about the thing that looked like Lena. He listened without interruption, then merely nodded. "Sea's a fickle mistress, Doc," he said, his voice flat. "Gives and takes. Best not to question her moods or what she spews back. Sometimes she just wants to remind us who's boss." His words, meant perhaps as rough comfort, felt hollow, almost rehearsed. There was a deep, unnerving stillness about Harold Pierce, a sense of ancient secrets kept locked behind a fisherman's stoic facade. My satellite phone crackled that evening. Deputy Rostova. Her voice was tight with a carefully controlled concern. "Dr. Thorne, I've been reviewing some unusual maritime reports. Old ones. Anomalous disappearances. Strange sightings around Blackwater over the decades. My superiors, they tend to dismiss them. But my grandmother, she grew up in Port Clyde, used to tell stories. Stories about your island. She paused. I think I need to come out there, Dr. Thorne? Officially. Just a welfare check. Unofficially. I've got a bad feeling. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak of the lighthouse, every sigh of the wind, seemed to carry the cadence of Lena's name, her voice. I huddled by the small, sputtering fire in the cottage. A bottle of whiskey, my only companion. Just as exhaustion was finally threatening to claim me, I heard it, clear as a winter bell, drifting through the thin walls of the cottage, from the direction of the beach, where the waves crashed relentlessly. Marcus, my blood turned to ice. It was weak, slightly distorted by distance and the roar of the surf, but it was undeniably, unmistakably Lena's voice. The voice I knew better than my own. Marcus, I am so cold. Please, help me. My heart leaped into my throat, a wild, terrified bird. The third rule. Run inland immediately. It hammered against my skull, a frantic counterpoint to the siren song Scylla voice. But this wasn't just any voice. This was Lena, my Lena. The rational part of my brain, what little remained, screamed that it was impossible. A hallucination born of grief, isolation, and too much whiskey. But the yearning, the desperate, aching hope that it might somehow be true, was a powerful undertow, threatening to drag me out into the storm-tossed night. Marcus? Why did you leave me out here? It's so dark. The voice was closer now, pleading, imbued with a heartbreaking vulnerability that was pure Lena. I stumbled to the cottage door, my hand on the rusted latch. Outside, the wind howled, whipping rain against the salt-caked windows. The lighthouse beam, a feeble, intermittent sweep, offered little comfort. To run inland into the island's small, tangled heart of stunted pines and grasping thorns, in this weather in the pitch black, it was madness. But to stay, to listen to that voice tear me apart piece by piece. A sudden, vivid image of old Finn's face, his sea-glass eyes burning with a grim certainty, flashed through my mind. What knows your name was never human, and it's learning to mimic those you've lost. Learning. That word, more than any other, propelled me. With a choked sob, I wrenched the door open and plunged out, not towards the beach, but towards the barely discernible track leading into the island's interior. Marcus, don't go. I need you. The voice followed, sharper now, laced with an unnerving thread of something else. Resentment, hunger. It pursued me as I crashed through the undergrowth, branches tearing at my clothes, rain stinging my eyes. It whispered memories only Lena and I shared. Our first date, the hidden cove where we'd. I clamped my hands over my ears, but the voice seemed to bypass them, echoing directly inside my skull, a cruel, intimate violation, still a sacred moments. I don't know how long I ran, or in what direction. Eventually, I collapsed at the foot of an ancient, wind-twisted pine, gasping for breath, soaked to the bone, the voice finally receding into the storm's fury, leaving behind a ringing, horrified silence. Deputy Eva Rostova found me there the next morning, after navigating the treacherous crossing in a sturdy sheriff's department launch. I was a wreck, huddled against the tree, rambling, half delirious from exposure and terror. She listened patiently, her expression carefully neutral, as I recounted the voice, the rules, the bodies. I expected dismissal, perhaps even a quiet call for a psychiatric evaluation. Instead, she produced a thermos Scylla hot coffee and a thick blanket. My grandmother used to say Blackwater wasn't an island, Dr. Thorne, Eva said softly. after I'd regained some semblance of composure. She called it the pantry, said the old ones who lived in the deep used it to stock up. Together, fueled by a strange mixture of my terror-induced conviction and her inherited unease, we began to explore old Finn. When we found him sheltering in a sea cave usually well above the high tide mark, was more lucid, or perhaps more desperate, than I'd ever seen him. He showed us carvings, almost obliterated by time and leaking, on the cave walls, crude depictions of a many-tentacled colossal form rising from the waves, prostrate human figures offering something. The tidy keepers, Finn rasped, pointing a trembling finger. They made a pact. Blood for bounty, silence for safety, but the Whisperer, it always wants more. Following a clue from one of my uncle's more cryptic journal entries, we found another cave, this one hidden behind a curtain of sea-blasted ivy, higher up the cliffs. Inside, the air was frigid, stagnant. By the light of our flashlights, we found them. Piles of Scylla human bones, some ancient, some disturbingly recent. Crude ritual implements, and more carvings, these clearly chronicling the activities Scylla supposedly cult the Tidekeepers. They detailed the gifts from the sea, bodies, and the methods of returning them, along with chilling references to the entity's ability to wear the faces and voices Scylla lost. To learn the shape Scylla, sorrow. Then Eva's flashlight beam settled on something tucked into a crevice. A leather-bound ledger, its pages brittle. It was a record, meticulously kept. Scylla offerings and harvests. And beside some entries, notes about ocean currents. My blood ran colder still as I recognized the handwriting. Harold Pierce, detailed charts showed anomalous currents. Currents that, with a sickening lurch of recognition, I realized led almost directly from the Gorda Ridge, the site of my lost expedition, straight to the shores of Blackwater Island. This wasn't just an inheritance. This was a carefully orchestrated lure, and I was the catch. The air in the hidden sea cave grew thick and heavy, pregnant with the unspoken atrocities of generations. Harold Pierce's ledger, his meticulous account of death and appeasement, lay open between us, a monument to a chilling, enduring pact. The carefully plotted ocean currents leading from the Gorda Ridge, from the watery grave of Lena and my team, to this godforsaken island, were not a coincidence. They were a carefully laid snare. My inheritance hadn't been a gift of solitude. It had been a summons. He knew, I whispered, the words raw in my throat. Pierce. He knew who I was, what I'd lost, even before I set foot on his damned boat. The image of his impassive face, his non-committal pronouncements about the sea, now took on a sinister, predatory cast. Eva Rostova was pale, but her expression was grimly determined. The Tidekeepers. My grandmother spoke of them like a myth, a boogeyman to scare children away from the dangerous coves. But this, she gestured at the bones, the crude altars. This is real, and Pierce is at the heart of it. She tapped a recurring symbol in the ledger, a stylized wave cradling a single staring eye. This was carved into the support beams of the old fish cannery in Port Clyde, the one his family owned for generations. They're more than just islanders, Marcus. They're a legacy. Our fragile radio link to the mainland had been intermittent since the last big storm. Now, as if sensing our discovery, it crackled decisively to life. It wasn't the sheriff's department. It was Harold Pierce. His voice, usually flat and emotionless, held a new, almost unctuous quality. Doc Thorne? Deputy? Having a bit of an explore, are we? Best be careful. Some old places. They don't like being disturbed. There was no overt threat, but the implication hung heavy, cold as the cave air. He knew where we were. How? We know about the Tidekeepers, Pierce. Eva snapped into the handset, her voice tight with fury. We know about the sacrifices. A low chuckle, dry as driftwood. Came back. Sacrifices. Deputy. You mainlanders have such a dramatic turn of phrase. We prefer to call it an understanding. An ancient covenant. The sea provides. The sea protects. In return, it asks for very little. Just a bit of company now and then. Those who are already lost to it mostly. A kindness, really. Saves them the long drift. Lena, I choked out. My wife, the bodies. You brought them here. You used her. Ah, yes, the lovely Lena. Pierce's voice was smooth, almost sympathetic, and that made it 1,000 times more monstrous. The Whisperer, it has a fondness for fresh sorrows. They make the imprints so much clearer. Helps it learn, helps it understand. You, Doctor, with all your deep-sea knowledge, all your poignant losses, you are a veritable feast of understanding. Then, the nature of the connection became chillingly clear as Pierce spoke. The very air in the cave seemed to resonate with his words. I could almost feel him, not just as a voice on the radio, but as a presence, a pressure. And then, from the dark, dripping mouth of the cave leading back out to the storm-lashed cliffs, a figure emerged. Harold Pierce, but not as we knew him. He still wore his fisherman's oilskins, but they seemed to cling to him differently, almost organically. His eyes, usually the flat gray of a winter sea, now held pinpricks of an unnatural, luminous blue, like bioluminescence from the abyssal depths. And when he spoke, his voice was doubled, layered, his own familiar rasp, and beneath it, a sibilant, echoing whisper that was not human. The radio in Eva's hand went dead with a crackle of static. The covenant isn't just about offerings, Doctor, Pierce and the Whisperer said, the voices intertwining, a horrifying duet. It's a hosts, anchors, for a consciousness too vast for your flimsy world to comprehend without a translator. They gestured with a hand that seemed subtly webbed, elongated. Decades ago, the sea was angry. My ship, my crew, torn apart. I offered myself, my lineage in exchange for their lives, for Port Clyde's reprieve, a worthy bargain. I became its favorite harbor. Its voice when it wishes to speak without unsettling the fish. The abyssal Whisperer, through Pierce, was not just a distant god demanding tribute. It was a parasitic intelligence, a consciousness seeking tendrils into our world. Pierce wasn't just its high priest, he was its compromised vessel, a sickening hybrid of man and monstrosity, maintaining a precarious balance that kept Port Clyde safe only by feeding the horror that lay just offshore. And now, the layered voice continued, Pierce's blue glowing eyes fixing on me with an unnerving intensity. It desires a new dialogue. Your science, Doctor. Your understanding of its domain. You can teach it so much more than these simple fisherfolk. How to truly bridge the gaps. How to perhaps walk among you, unseen. Abyssal Whisperer's ambition was terrifyingly clear. It didn't just want souls. It wanted knowledge. Access, and I, with my grief and my scientific background, was the perfect candidate to become its next, perhaps more complete, conduit. Old Finn, he had one last desperate gambit. As Pierce Whisperer advanced, the cave air crackling with an unseen energy. Finn lunged from a shadowed alcove where he'd been hiding, a crude harpoon, probably one of his own ancient sealing tools, clutched in his bird-like hands. He wasn't aiming for Pierce, but for a cluster of phosphorescent, pulsating fungi growing on the cave wall. Fungi dismissed as a natural phenomenon. The old song, "It sleeps in the glowing stone," Finn shrieked, ramming the harpoon deep into the luminous growth. The effect was instantaneous. The fungi exploded in a shower of cold, ethereal light. and a high-pitched, multifaceted keening filled the cave. A sound that seemed to tear at the very fabric of hearing. Pierce Whisperer screamed, a horrific, layered sound of agony, clutching its head, its luminous eyes flickering wildly. The blue light receded, leaving only Pierce's panicked, human gray. The sibilant whisper in his voice vanished. The keening sound from the fungi seemed to resonate with something deep within the island. And outside, the ocean roared with a new, enraged fury. The tide, which had been ebbing, surged with unnatural speed, waves slamming against the cliff face, sending plumes Scylla spray high into the air. The cave mouth was suddenly awash. And then they began to arrive. Not just one or two, dozens. Propelled by the furious, summoned tide, the dead washed into the cave entrance, bloated, silent, their empty eyes fixed on us. Among them, horrifyingly distinct, was the thing that wore Lena's clothes, Lena's locket. And beside it, a figure with features too similar to my lost colleague Sarah. They weren't just lures anymore. This was an assault. The Abyssal Whisperer, its connection to Pierce momentarily severed or weakened, was calling its full grotesque army. Ava raised her service weapon, her face a grim mask of determination. Finn, his moment of defiance spent, collapsed against the cave wall, spent. The battle for Blackwater Island, for our sanity, for perhaps more than we knew, had begun in earnest. The tide of horrors was upon us. The cave became a charnel house, a claustrophobic arena of roaring water and encroaching horrors. The keening from the shattered fungi was a disorienting shriek, but it also seemed to cause the waterlogged abominations around us to falter, their movements becoming jerky, uncoordinated. It was as if Finn's desperate act had disrupted not only Pierce's connection, but also the Whisperer's fine control over its gruesome puppets. Pierce himself, momentarily just a man again, stared in abject terror at the tide of bodies surging into the cave. "No, not like this," he stammered, his bravado, his unholy symbiosis, stripped away, leaving only a frightened old fisherman. But the respite was brief. A larger wave crashed through the entrance, and with it, a palpable surge of cold, alien intelligence. The blue light rekindled in Pierce's eyes, stronger, more malevolent than before. The sibilant whisper returned, no longer layered with Pierce's rasp, but dominating it, a voice of ancient depths and infinite hunger. "You cannot silence the ocean, mortals. You will all become part of the song." The thing wearing Lena's form, and the one resembling my lost colleague Sarah, were at the forefront, their movements now disturbingly fluid, purposeful. Sarah Thing lunged at Eva, decayed fingers outstretched. Eva fired her shots, punching into its sodden mass, causing it to recoil but not fall. It was like shooting at a wet sponge. My mind, spurred by adrenaline and a desperate dawning understanding, raced. The learning, the mimicry. The Whisperer wasn't just puppeteering. It was imprinting, creating crude, horrifying echoes of personality, of memory. If old Finn's glowing stone disrupted its control, what if a stronger, more personal resonance could sever it entirely from a specific mask? "Lena!" I screamed, not at the creature, but at the memory, at the pain, at the love that still burned like an open wound. I shouted out the intimate details of our life together, the name of her favorite hidden beach, the silly song I wrote for her, the foolish argument we had the morning she left for that final voyage. I poured every ounce of my grief, my regret, my undying affection into the words, projecting them like a shield or a weapon. The Lena thing faltered, its head tilted, its movements becoming less sure. The borrowed voice tried to respond. "Marcus, don't remember hurting." But it was fractured, overlaid with that sibilant oceanic whisper, as if two consciousnesses were warring for control of the grotesque vessel. Saying the momentary effect, Eva caught on. She yelled out details, specific commands, procedural jargon from her police training. Things only the real Sarah, a meticulous scientist, would have responded to with such precision. The Sarah thing also hesitated, its predatory advance wavering. It was a battle of wills, of memories, against an ancient alien intelligence that wore the faces of our dead. Harold Pierce, now fully a conduit for the enraged Whisperer, advanced on old Finn, who lay gasping against the cave wall. The old bloodline ends, the layered voice hissed. The old songs will be silenced. Before Pierce could reach him, I acted. My uncle's journals that mentioned the island's unique geology, a network of submerged limestone caves, one of which supposedly extended deep beneath the lighthouse, kept partially open by a freshwater spring. They also mentioned the Tidekeeper's fear, Scylla the freshwater's kiss, believing it diluted the Whisperer's influence. A desperate gamble. I grabbed one of the heavy iron pry bars we'd found among the Tidekeeper's ritual tools. Eva, the lighthouse. There's a spring. If we can flood this section of the network, while Eva covered me, firing methodically at the encroaching horrors, keeping them at bay, I attacked the far wall of the cave, where Finn's carvings hinted at a thinner section of rock. The sounds of the battle were deafening. Eva's gunshots, the Whisperers enraged hissing through Pierce, the grotesque gurgling of the waterlogged bodies, my own ragged breaths, and the clang of iron against stone. Finally, with a sickening crack, the rock gave way. Not to open air, but to a rush of dark, surprisingly cold, and distinctly fresh water. It poured into the sea cave, mixing with the rank, salty brine, creating a turbulent, churning maelstrom. The effect on the Whisperer-controlled entities was immediate and dramatic. Pierce shrieked, a sound that was pure, undiluted agony, the blue light in his eyes extinguishing like a snuffed flame, leaving him to collapse, a sodden, broken old man. The waterlogged bodies convulsed, their forms seeming to desiccate, to shed their borrowed coherence, as if the fresh water was an acid, dissolving the psychic glue that held them together. They began to fall apart, literally, turning into so much rotting flotsam in the roiling water. The Lena thing and the Sarah thing gave one last sorrowful look towards us, their features momentarily clearing, just for an instant, showing a flicker of the gentle souls they once were, before they too succumbed, their forms dissolving into the dark, murky, diluted brine. The abyssal Whisperer, its anchors severed, its influence diluted, seemed to recoil. The pressure in the cave lessened. The unnatural tide began to recede rapidly, as if the ocean itself was sighing in defeat, or perhaps in weary resignation. Ava and I, battered, soaked, and heartsick, stood amidst the wreckage, the freshwater spring now gushing freely, washing the last vestiges of the nightmare back out to a suddenly, eerily calm sea. Old Finn was gone, swept away by the initial surge, or perhaps finally claimed by the ocean he had both feared and revered. The aftermath was a silence more profound than any storm Blackwater Island felt. Scoured, the oppressive presence that had choked its shores was lifted, replaced by a clean, sharp tang of salt and the mournful cries of gulls, sounds that were now merely sounds, no longer omens. Harold Pierce was just a man, old and broken, when Eva Rostova finally cuffed him. He offered no resistance, his eyes vacant, the terrifying symbiosis seemingly shattered for good. He mumbled about breached pacts, about the sea's inevitable reclaiming Scylla promises, whether he would face human justice or if the island's deeper secrets would remain buried with him was a question for the mainland. We found old Finn's body washed up in a small, calm cove on the far side of the island, his face peaceful, the ancient carvings clutched in one hand. We buried him there, above the high tide mark, under the twisted pines, with the sound of the now indifferent ocean as his only eulogy. I couldn't stay. Blackwater Island was a tomb, filled with too many ghosts, too many echoes of what I'd lost, and what I'd almost become. The Lighthouse, my uncle's strange legacy. I signed it over to the state, with a recommendation it be allowed to crumble back into the stone from which it was built. Some places are best left to the elements and to their memories. Eva Rostova, in her official report, was a master Scylla understatement. A reclusive local cult led by a delusional fisherman. A tragic accident during a severe storm. No mention Scylla impossible biology. Scylla voices from the deep. Scylla rules that meant the difference between life and a fate far worse than death. The world she knew wasn't ready for Blackwater's truth. Perhaps it never would be. Months later, back in the sterile confines of a university lab I'd reluctantly returned to, I found myself staring into a deep-sea specimen tank. The creatures within, pale and alien, moved with a silent grace. The nightmares had lessened, but the sound of the ocean, even the memory of it, still carried a faint underlying hum, a resonance I would never fully shake. One evening, sorting through some of my uncle's few remaining personal effects that had been shipped to me, I found a small, intricately carved wooden box. Inside, nestled on faded velvet, was a single perfectly preserved conch shell. It was beautiful, its spirals intricate, its lip a delicate rose. I'd seen shells like it before during my expeditions in the deep Pacific trenches. Reluctantly, almost against my will, I lifted it to my ear. I expected the familiar, comforting roar of the ocean locked within its curves. Instead, I heard a whisper, faint, almost inaudible, but undeniably there. And it wasn't the roar of the waves, nor the sigh of the wind. It was a voice, sibilant, ancient, and it knew my name. Marcus, it breathed. A sound not Scylla air and lungs, but Scylla immense pressure and abyssal cold. We learn. We adapt. The currents always return, and we remember. You're unique. Understanding. My blood ran cold. The connection wasn't truly severed. The abyssal whisperer hadn't been destroyed, merely inconvenienced. It was still out there, in the unseen depths, patient, learning. And it knew that my knowledge, the very science I had dedicated my life to, was not a shield, but a beacon, a lure for horrors that defied all understanding. The requiem for Lena, for my team, for the lost soul, Scylla Blackwater, was not yet over. It was merely waiting for the next tide. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that it would always find its way back to shore. Blackwater Island holds its secrets tight, guarded by rules etched in salt water and fear. Marcus Thorne learned that some doors, once opened, are never truly closed. The rules were a desperate shield against a horror waiting in the depths. The abyssal whisperer may be wounded, but its song is eternal, and its hunger is vast. This is only the beginning of the watch. Seriously, if you didn't stay until the very end, you missed the ultimate revelation, the twist that reveals the true, terrifying scope of Blackwater's reach. The last few moments change everything. What do you think the Abyssal Whisperer is? What was the Tidekeeper's true covenant? Share your theories in the comments below. And if you made it off Blackwater Island, if the sea hasn't claimed you, then you're already a part of our story. Subscribe tonight, Creepypasta Rules. Because some places, they never truly let you go. And the Whisper is always listening. They call it the Dead Coast. I call it a mausoleum for souls. Welcome to Gull's Head Lighthouse, a finger of stone pointing defiantly into the North Atlantic, where the isolation isn't just physical. My name is Daniel Hale, a man haunted by a single moment, and I came here seeking penance, seeking oblivion. Instead, I found myself living by 3 strange rules just to survive the night. What's the loneliest place you've ever been? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to keep watching Gull's Head, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because out here, the sea doesn't just remember, it collects. The watch begins now. The Atlantic was a cold, gray beast the day I signed away 6 months of my life to Gull's Head Lighthouse. But it was the silence afterwards, the consuming, listening silence that truly began to devour me. The supply boat, a weathered trawler named Gannet, had already become a speck on the churning horizon, its diesel thrum a fading memory swallowed by the vast, indifferent roar of the surf against the jagged teeth of what the sparse locals called the Dead Coast. They said it with a peculiar emphasis, a finality that broke no argument. This stretch of Maine coastline had a habit of making things disappear, ships, men, hope. It had vanished from most modern maps, a forgotten splinter of land jutting defiantly into the unforgiving ocean. Gull's Head itself was a monument to that defiance, or perhaps to folly, a skeletal finger of granite, impossibly tall, crowned with the tarnished copper dome of the lantern room. It rose from a narrow, treacherous spit of land, accessible only by sea, or as I'd learned, by a perilous tide-dependent trek across slick, weed-choked rocks. The air here tasted of salt, damp stone, and something else, something faintly metallic and old, like rust or dried blood. It was a smell that settled deep in the lungs. My duffel bag, heavy with the few essentials I deemed necessary for a self-imposed exile, lay at my feet. The wind, a constant, mournful presence, tugged at my jacket, whispering insinuations I couldn't quite decipher. This was it. Penance. 6 months to confront the ghosts that had chased me from the Coast Guard, from my life, from the reflection in the mirror. The ghost of Aiden, my younger brother, his face, blue-lipped and wide-eyed with the shock of the icy Atlantic, was a permanent fixture in the dark theater of my mind. The feel of his hand, slick with freezing water, slipping from my grasp during that botched rescue. That was a sensation seared into my nerve endings. The crushing cold of that failure was a constant companion. A figure emerged from the shadowed doorway at the base of the tower. The departing keeper. He was ancient, wizened beyond what I guessed were his actual years. His skin the color and texture of old parchment stretched taut over sharp bones. His eyes, pale and watery, held the vast, empty loneliness of the sea itself. He smelled of brine, damp wool, and an underlying, unsettling hint of something subtly decaying, like wet leaves left too long in the dark. Why? He didn't offer a hand, just a curt nod. His voice, when he finally spoke, was raspy, as if worn thin by years of disuse or by shouting against the eternal wind. Hale, is it? Daniel Hale, yes, right. He gestured vaguely towards the tower. She's all yours, or you're all hers. Depends on the night. A dry, mirthless chuckle escaped him, like stones rattling in a tin can. He didn't wait for a reply, but turned, his movements stiff, and began to list the terms of my solitary watch, the rules that had been passed down, keeper to keeper, for God knew how long. 3 things you need to etch into your brain, Hale. Not suggestions. Gospel. He fixed me with that vacant stare, and for a moment, I saw a flicker of something in their depths. Not madness, but a profound, soul-deep weariness. First, the main beacon. He gestured upward. Must remain lit from civil dusk till civil dawn without fail. Not even for a flicker, regardless of weather or visibility. Its flame is more than just a warning. It's a ward. Understand? I nodded, the word ward snagging uncomfortably in my thoughts. Second, he continued, his voice dropping. If you see her on the tidal rocks below, the one with the seaweed hair, and the bundled thing she carries, do not make eye contact. Do not wave. Do not signal. Close the landward shutters if you must, but never acknowledge her presence. She's looking for an invitation. His gaze flickered out to the turbulent water, then back. A shiver tracing its way down my spine despite the relative mildness of the day. He ignored me. Third, channel 113.7, on the old marine band in the watchroom. He tapped a temple with a gnarled finger. Should it crackle to life by itself, especially if it whispers your name or any name or pleads for entry, power it down immediately. Do not answer. Do not listen for longer than it takes to ensure silence. Some calls aren't meant to be received. He stared at me then, a long, unsettling moment, as if trying to impart the full weight of his grim knowledge through sheer force of will. Then, with another jerky nod, he turned and began the laborious trek towards the rocks, where the Gannet skiff would, with luck and timing, return for him at low tide. He offered no comfort, no further explanation, only the stark, unyielding burden of his warnings. My first night in Gull's Head was a descent into a silence so profound it felt like a physical pressure. The ancient tower groaned around me with every gust of wind, the stones sighing like a dying giant. Below, the rhythmic crash of waves against the rocks was a constant, mournful heartbeat, a sound that promised no solace. As I stood my first watch in the lantern room, the massive Fresnel lens turning with hypnotic grace, its powerful beam slicing through the encroaching darkness, I scanned the perimeter. Far below, at the very edge of the light's sweeping caress, I thought I saw a flicker of movement on the glistening tidal rocks, an indistinct shape, tall and slender. I blinked, strained my eyes. Gone. Blinked, strained my eyes. Gone. A trick of the light, I told myself. A product of fatigue and the unnerving solitude. Yet, despite the steady burn of the great lamp, the air in the enclosed space around me grew colder than the outside temperature. A damp, penetrating chill that had nothing to do with the Maine autumn. Later, before turning in, I found the official Lighthouse logbook open on the worn wooden desk in the small watchroom. His predecessor's last entry, penned in a shaky, spidery script, was stark. The tide pulls. She watches. Light guide them. Forgive me. The ink was still faintly damp, the words seeming to hover on the page, almost vibrating with an unspoken residual terror. Forgive who? For what? The question hung in the frigid air, unanswered. The day settled into a rhythm, dictated by the sun, the tides, and the insatiable demands of the Gull's Head light. Dawn brought the ritual of extinguishing the great lamp, cleaning the colossal lens of salt spray and insect remains, checking the fuel levels for the diesel generator housed in a small stone outbuilding. The generator itself was a temperamental beast, its rhythmic chug and cough a constant, mechanical counterpoint to the natural sounds of the dead coast. Dusk reversed the process, the lighting of the lamp a small act of defiance against the encroaching gloom. This monotony became my shield, a fragile defense against the memories of Aiden, against the gnawing dread that seemed to seep from the very stones of the tower. But the dead coast had its own ways of breaching such defenses. Sounds carried strangely across the desolate, windswept landscape. The wind itself, whistling through the cracks in the ancient stonework, often seemed to coalesce into whispers that almost formed Aiden's name. The cry of a distant gull would sometimes morph, just for an instant, into a sound too much like a human sob, sharp and forlorn. Then came the first true test. A squall, unforecasted and violent, blew in from the northeast, hammering Gull's Head with horizontal rain and gale-force winds. I was in the lantern room, watching the beam dutifully slice through the tempest, when the diesel generator in the outbuilding sputtered, coughed a plume of greasy black smoke, visible even through the downpour, and then died. The great light flickered, dimmed, flickered again, threatening to extinguish completely. An abnormal surge of visceral panic, cold and sharp, lanced through me, far exceeding mere concern for duty or the integrity of the equipment. It was a primal fear, raw and suffocating. In those seconds, the light faltered. The temperature in the lantern room plummeted. A cloying, suffocating smell of deep ocean, something ancient and profoundly rotten, filled the enclosed space, making me gag. I scrambled, heart hammering, towards the emergency ignition, my hands clumsy with a terror I couldn't name, with a prayer I didn't know I possessed. I got the backup system running, and the light flared back to its full, unwavering intensity. The foul smell receded, the unnatural cold lessened, but the memory of that bone-chilling fear remained. The ward, I thought, my predecessors were echoing. The Sea Woman, as I'd come to call her in my own mind, made her next appearance a few nights later. It was in the pre-dawn gloom, that liminal space between night and day, when the world seems to hold its breath. I was checking the horizon through a rain-lashed window in the watchroom when I saw her, closer this time, standing on a lower shelf of rock, waves churning white around her ankles. She was tall, impossibly gaunt, her dark, lank hair matted with what looked like seaweed, plastered to a skeletal, bone-white face. The bundled thing she clutched to her chest was a sodden, indistinct mass, shapeless and still. Her silence, even from that distance, was more terrifying than any scream could have been. I felt a primal urge to look directly at her face, to try and understand, but his predecessor's warning screamed in my mind, "Do not make eye contact. She's looking for an invitation." With a gasp, I wrenched my gaze away, stumbling back from the window, my hand flying up to slam the heavy wooden landward shutter closed. My heart hammered against my ribs, the image of her seared into my retinas. Invitation to what? The old Bakelite Marine Band radio, a relic from a bygone era, sat silently on a shelf in the watchroom. Until one evening, it didn't. I was brewing a cup of instant coffee, the only sound the hiss of the propane stove and the eternal wind, when it crackled to life, unbidden. The dial was set to a dead channel, or so I'd thought. Static, sharp and spitting then through the noise, a garbled, pleading voice, laced with the unmistakable hiss of seawater and wind. Lost. So cold. Help us. It was faint, distant, like a transmission from the edge of the world, or beyond. My blood ran cold. Rule 3. Channel 113.7. Power it down immediately. With a jolt of adrenaline, I lunged for the radio and slammed the power switch down. The silence that followed was absolute, heavy, and deeply accusatory, as if the very air around me was holding its breath, waiting. A few days later, searching for spare wicks in a damp, forgotten storage locker at the base of the tower, my hand brushed against something tucked behind a loose stone in the curving wall. It was an old nautical chart, rolled tight and stained with salt and mildew. Carefully, I unrolled it. It depicted the waters around Gulshead with an archaic hand-drawn detail. What made my breath catch was the sheer number of wreck sites marked with small inked crosses. Dozens of them, far more than any official modern chart would show. One, larger than the others, directly off the treacherous shoals south of the Lighthouse, was circled in faded red ink. Beside it, a spidery annotation. Herald of Dawn, Lost All Souls, Nov, 1888. The year sent a shiver through me. The year of the great blizzards. And the name, Herald of Dawn. It felt familiar, like a half-remembered line from a dream or a nightmare. The psychological strain of Gulshead began to tighten its grip. Sleep became a precious, fleeting commodity, haunted by vivid, recurring nightmares. Aiden was always there, his small hands slipping from mine in the churning, dark water, his eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. I'd wake with a gasp, drenched in cold sweat, the roar of the phantom ocean still in my ears. The line between those nightmares and my waking hours started to fray. With the fleeting shadows I glimpsed in my peripheral vision, the sudden cold spots that drifted through rooms like pockets of unseen ice. Real? Or was I succumbing to the infamous lighthouse madness I'd read about? My mind unraveling under the triple assault of isolation, guilt, and sleep deprivation. The sea woman became a more frequent, more brazen visitor. Each time she was closer to the base of the lighthouse itself, appearing with the incoming high tide as if born from the churning foam. I started to notice more detail, or perhaps my fear was supplying it. The seaweed in her lank hair seemed to writhe with a life of its own. The bundle she clutched so fiercely, I could almost make out the suggestion of skeletal fingers, impossibly small, emerging from the sodden rags. Sometimes I was certain I saw it twitch with a faint internal movement, or heard a sound like a mewling kitten, quickly swallowed by the wind. Even when I wasn't looking, when I kept my back resolutely to the seaward windows, I felt her gaze like icy needles on my skin, a constant, silent, and terribly patient pressure. The unexplained occurrences inside the lighthouse escalated. Tools I'd left in one specific spot in the lantern room would be moved, sometimes just by inches, sometimes to another level entirely. A faint, pervasive, briny scent, sharp and unsettling, began to cling to my bunk, no matter how often I aired the bedding. The heavy, iron-bound trapdoor, leading to the tower's dank lower levels, a place I avoided, would sometimes be found creaking open on its own in the dead of night, revealing only an impenetrable, listening blackness below. I started talking to myself, muttering reassurances, then would catch myself, a cold, hard knot of fear tightening in my gut. I was following my predecessor's path, his vacant eyes and raspy voice a grim portent of my own future. Channel 113.7, the damp radio. It activated again one storm-lashed afternoon, the static sharper this time, more aggressive. First, a sound like a child crying, a heartbreaking, desolate sound that twisted something deep inside me. Then it morphed, the voice changing, becoming masculine, desperate, distorted by static and what sounded like howling wind. Captain Merrick, the name formed in my mind with chilling certainty. Mayday! Mayday! Herald of Dawn taking on water. We are breaking up. The light. Where's the blasted light? The anguish in that phantom voice was palpable. And then a whisper. So close, so intimate, it sounded like it was right there in the room with me, inches from my ear. Daniel, let us in. Aiden is waiting. I cried out, a raw, involuntary sound, and ripped the power cord from the wall socket. Ripped the power cord from the wall socket, hand trembling so violently I could barely hold it. The silence that crashed down was a physical blow, driven by a desperate need for answers, for anything to anchor my fraying sanity. I tore apart the small watchroom, behind a loose floorboard, beneath a stack of old mildewed signal flags. My fingers closed on something solid. A journal. Not the official log, and clearly not belonging to my immediate predecessor. This one was ancient, its leather cover cracked and warped by damp, the paper brittle and foxed with age. The ink was faded, the handwriting an archaic, spidery script. With trembling hands, I began to read. Entries spoke of her insatiable hunger, of the terrible price of the light, of a long-dead keeper who had spoken to the drowned ones, and, in his loneliness and madness, had foolishly invited them ashore to warm by his fire. The entries grew more erratic, more terrified. The last legible one, dated over a century ago, was chillingly simple. She knows my name now. The sea always claims its due. The intricate clockwork mechanism of the great Fresnel lens, the very heart of Gull's Head, began to seriously malfunction. Its smooth, ponderous rotation became erratic, jerky, sometimes stopping altogether for terrifying seconds before lurching back into motion. The powerful beam, once a piercing white spear, dimmed to a sickly flickering yellow. I did what I could with my limited knowledge and the sparse tools available, but it was clear this was beyond a simple fix. I radioed the mainland on a secure, thankfully silent channel, requesting immediate technical assistance. A few days later, battling rough, slate-gray seas, the supply boat, the Gannet, appeared on the horizon. It brought fuel, meager rations, and an unexpected passenger, Thomas Greaves, a lighthouse technician, ostensibly sent from the regional depot to repair the failing light. Greaves was at first a startling and almost welcome intrusion. He was in his mid-40s, perhaps, with an easy smile and a ready stream of talk that seemed to push back against the oppressive silence of Gull's Head. His charm, however, felt a little too polished, a little too practiced for a man presumably used to solitary technical work. He carried a faint, persistent scent, a curious mixture of metallic oil, old copper, and something else. Something that reminded me of stale sea salt, like clothes left damp for too long. He expressed a rehearsed sympathy about Gull's Head's grim reputation, even shared a few local tales of shipwrecks and strange happenings, his details a little too vivid, a little too knowing for casual folklore. Almost immediately, Greaves showed an unnervingly keen, almost obsessive interest in my experiences. He'd find me in the watchroom, or appear silently at my elbow in the lantern room, his questions casual but relentlessly probing. About the sea woman. Seen anything unusual out there, Hale? On the rocks, maybe? About the radio anomalies? This old rig playing tricks on you? They say the salt air does strange things to electronics and to minds. He'd ask how I was holding up under the strain, his gaze lingering a moment too long. He asked about the rules, not directly challenging them, but circling them, testing their boundaries in conversation. Sometimes these old systems need a complete reset, you know, he said one afternoon, tapping the housing of the damaged lens mechanism. Even the rules, especially the rules, got to be flexible in a place like this. A new layer of unease settled over me. I began to feel observed, not just by the ever-present sea and its spectral inhabitant, but by Greaves himself. He had a disconcerting habit of appearing silently, as if materializing from the shadows of the tower. I'd turn, and he'd just be there, watching me with that placid, unreadable expression. The already blurred line between my waking reality and my sleep-deprived nightmares began to fray even further. Sometimes, in the dim, flickering light of the emergency lanterns we now relied on more often, I'd see Greaves' features momentarily shift, sharpen, his eyes reflecting the churning gray of the sea outside, much like I imagined hers did. Aiden's ghostly whispers, which had become a grim soundtrack to my solitude, now seemed to merge at times with Greaves' placating, reasonable voice, creating a disorienting, terrifying internal cacophony that made it hard to distinguish one from the other. One evening, Greaves was tinkering with the ruined marine radio, claiming he might be able to salvage some parts. "Just checking the frequency crystal," he murmured, his back to me. The dial spun, then stopped. Channel 113.7. Before I could react, before I could shout the warning that clawed at my throat, a sound filled the small room. Not static this time. A voice. Clear, achingly sweet. A child's voice, singing a fragment of a lullaby my mother used to sing to Aiden, one I hadn't heard in 20 years. My breath hitched, my blood turning to ice. The singing stopped, and then a whisper. full of a child's innocent, heartbreaking sorrow, filled the silence. Aiden, so cold, Danny, so lonely. Let him come home to you. Greaves spun around, an expression of feigned alarm on his face. Good Lord. What was that? Strange interference on these old sets, eh? He quickly switched the radio off, but as he turned away, I caught the briefest flicker of something in his eyes. A strange predatory light gleaming in the gloom, and a cold certainty settled in my stomach. This was no accident. The storm hit Gull's Head not as a gradual escalation, but as a sudden malevolent entity. One moment, the sea was a heaving gray menace. The next, it was a black, screaming apocalypse, rain driven horizontal by winds that shrieked like 1,000 tortured souls, hammered the ancient stone of the tower, each gust threatening to rip it from its foundations. The very air became a weapon. Lightning, not in sporadic flashes, but in continuous, blinding sheets, illuminated a world gone mad. Waves the size of buildings exploding against the rocks. Foam and spray flung hundreds of feet into the air. The lighthouse itself, an insignificant speck in a maelstrom of cosmic fury. And then, with a final protesting groan, a shower of sparks from the ravaged control panel. The emergency lanterns we'd been relying on died. The great Fresnel lens, already crippled, gave one last, sickly yellow flicker and was extinguished. We were plunged into an absolute, terrifying darkness, a blackness so profound it felt like being swallowed whole. The only illumination came from the hellish, strobing lightning, each flash a grotesque snapshot of chaos. It was in this roaring, lightless crucible that Greaves confronted me. We were in the lantern room, the highest point of the tower, the wind trying to tear the copper dome from its moorings. His charming facade already cracking, shattered completely in the stark glare of a lightning flash. I saw his face, no longer placid or friendly, but contorted with a desperate predatory intelligence. His eyes, wide and manic, burned with an unnatural reflected light, the light of the storm, or something far older, far colder. You still don't understand, do you, Hale? He screamed over the cacophony, his voice a raw tear in the fabric of the storm. You think these rules, this light, this wretched rock, you think it's about warning ships? Another flash illuminated his wild grin. It's about payment. It's always been about payment. He lunged, not with the clumsiness of a technician, but with a surprising wiry strength. I stumbled back, crashing against the cold iron railing that encircled the lens housing. The Herald of Dawn, he shrieked, his face inches from mine, spittle flying. I was on her, Hale, a passenger, trying to escape my own pathetic life, when she started to break up on those shoals, when the sea came for us all. I made a bargain. Lightning seared the sky again, and in that instant, I saw her, the sea woman, not on the rocks below, but here, somehow coalesced from the storm itself, pressed against the thick glass of the lantern room, her face a mask of skeletal fury, seaweed hair lashing like Medusa's snakes, her black eyes pits of infinite cold hunger, and the bundle in her arms. It wasn't shapeless anymore. In the ghastly light, I saw the distinct, horrifying outline of a small, still form, swaddled in rotting fabric. She offered me a choice. Greaves roared, his grip like iron on my arm. My life. For the light. For the keepers who would follow. A soul for the sea. Hail. A constant vigil. I am the keeper from that journal. I am the one who sealed the pact. And I've waited decades, decaying decades, for someone like you. Someone broken enough. Someone with enough darkness in them to understand the bargain, to willingly take my place. The radio on the floor, a melted ruin, inexplicably crackled to life, not with static, but with a chorus of voices, screaming, pleading, gurgling, the sounds of 100 souls drowning in icy water, the death knell of the herald of dawn. And through it all, a clear, piercing cry, "Aiden, Aiden, help me." My brother's voice, perfect and terrified. Greaves shoved me towards the ruined lamp mechanism. "The rules, Hale. They're not to keep them out. They're to keep the keeper in, to ensure the sacrifice continues. Extinguish the last ember of hope. Speak her name. Invite your brother home. One simple act, and you can rest. I can rest." He was mad, utterly, terrifyingly mad, empowered by the storm, by the monstrous presence at the window, my Coast Guard training, the years of discipline, the ingrained instinct to act in a crisis, surged through the fog of terror. He wanted me to break a rule willingly. He needed my consent, my surrender. The sea woman's face was inches from the glass, her lipless mouth gaping in a silent scream, her eyes fixed on me. The illusion of Aiden drowning, begging, flashed before my eyes, a desperate, wrenching appeal. "He's gone," I screamed, the words torn from my throat, raw with a grief I'd carried for too long. "You're not him. You're a lie. You're a lie. This whole place is a lie." I grabbed the emergency flare gun from its holster on the wall, the one I'd checked and rechecked daily, not to signal. Greaves lunged, thinking I was surrendering to madness. But I wasn't aiming it out to sea. I spun, jamming the barrel against the sodden, rotting bundle the sea woman clutched to her chest through the thick glass. "This isn't my brother," I roared, and pulled the trigger. The flare ignited with a blinding magnesium-white flash, even through the glass. The sea woman shrieked, a sound that wasn't human, a sound that was the tearing of ancient fabric, the grinding of seabed rock, the effigy in her arms. For that's what it was, a grotesque, barnacle-encrusted mockery of a child, perhaps Greaves' own lost innocence or the first soul the sea had claimed from him, erupted in an unnatural, spectral flame. The sea woman recoiled from the glass, her form flickering, her shriek swallowed by a colossal thunderclap that shook the tower to its core. Greaves screamed, clutching his head, his eyes wide with a terror that dwarfed even my own. "No, the pact! It's not fulfilled." Lightning struck the very top of the copper dome above us. The world went white, then black. I awoke to a profound, ringing silence, punctuated only by the drip of water and the distant, exhausted sigh of the receding storm. Dawn, or what passed for it, was a sickly gray light filtering through the grime-streaked, cracked panes of the lantern room. My head throbbed, my body ached with 1,000 bruises, and the acrid smell of burnt flare, powder, and ozone stung my nostrils. Gull's Head had survived, battered, scarred, but still standing. The lantern room was a wreck. The magnificent Fresnel lens was a spider web of fractured glass, shards littering the floor like fallen stars. The copper dome above was buckled and torn, open to the weeping sky. Greaves was gone, vanished. There was no sign of a struggle, no trace except for the faint, lingering scent of brine, rust, and the peculiar, underlying odor of profound decay that had always clung to him. Had the sea reclaimed him? Had the broken pact consumed him? Had the broken pact consumed him? I didn't know. And a part of me, the part that was still numb with shock, didn't care. The sea woman, too, had retreated with the tide and the dying storm. The oppressive weight was still there, perhaps even heavier, more ancient. But the acute, predatory edge had lessened, replaced by a vast, sorrowful emptiness. I was alone. Utterly, terrifyingly alone. The radio was a melted slag of bakelite and wire. The emergency beacon, the secondary light, was a twisted ruin, a victim of the lightning strike. My gaze fell upon the floor near where Greaves had last stood, a small, leather-bound notebook, similar to the ancient journal I'd found, but newer, its pages filled with Greaves' cramped, spidery handwriting. It must have fallen from his pocket during our struggle. With trembling fingers, I picked it up. His final entries, scrawled in the days before and during the storm, were a descent into madness and desperation, but they also contained a horrifying clarity. He hadn't just been trying to escape a personal torment. The pact was more complex, more insidious. Gull said he'd written was a seal, a focal point. It demanded a conscious, willing, or tricked keeper to maintain a precarious balance, a kind of psychic dam against the ancient, hungry entities of the dead coast. Without that sentinel, without the ward of the light and the will behind it, those forces would eventually bleed out, their influence spreading beyond the Cursurals. Greaves wasn't just passing on a burden. He was trying to prevent something far worse. He was a monster, yes, but perhaps also a tragic, necessary one. A grim, newfound resolve, forged in the heart of the storm's fury, began to solidify within me. My guilt over Aiden, while still a raw wound, was no longer a crippling, passive weight. It was a cold, hard motivator. He was gone. I was still here, and Gull's Head, it seemed, still had a purpose, however terrible. Using salvaged lamp oil, driftwood I'd painstakingly collected for the stove, and the last of my waterproof matches, I built a small primitive signal fire on the narrow, exposed walkway outside the lantern room. The effort was immense, draining my last reserves of physical and emotional strength. As the thin plume of smoke began to rise into the bruised dawn sky, I looked out at the gray, indifferent ocean. The watch, it seemed, was not yet over. Days later, or was it weeks, time had lost its sharp edges. The distant thrum of an engine finally broke the monotonous sigh of the sea. A Coast Guard cutter, a sleek, modern vessel that looked utterly out of place against the archaic ruin of Gull's Head, cautiously approached. They'd been alerted by a passing fishing boat, its crew reporting a strange, erratic light. My desperate signal fire from the direction of the long-abandoned lighthouse. My story, when I tried to tell it, was a fractured, unbelievable mess of storms. Ghosts, a spectral woman, and a man named Thomas Greaves, who, according to their records, had never been officially assigned to Gull's Head for any repair. I was medically evacuated, diagnosed with severe exposure, exhaustion, and profound psychological shock. Greaves, if he was ever truly there, was officially listed as lost at sea during the unprecedented storm, likely a trespasser or squatter caught in its fury. The official Coast Guard report would cite catastrophic structural damage to Gull's Head and recommend the ancient tower be permanently decommissioned, its ruins dynamited, and left to the relentless mercy of the elements, a hazard to navigation. Months passed. I found myself in a sterile, quiet room, undergoing therapy, attempting to reintegrate into a world that now felt muted, distant, unreal. The bustling sounds of the city, the casual conversations, the everyday concerns of ordinary life. They all seemed like transmissions from a foreign planet. The sea, however, never truly left me. I smelled salt on inland breezes miles from the coast. I heard the phantom crash of waves in the dead of night, even in my landlocked apartment. Sometimes, late at night, I'd catch her gaunt reflection in a dark window pane, her seaweed hair swaying gently, her black eyes fixed on me with that eternal, sorrowful hunger. The consuming fire of guilt over Aiden had changed. It was no longer a raging inferno threatening to incinerate my sanity. It had cooled, solidified into a deep, sorrowful acceptance, a permanent scar on my soul. But now, it was overlaid with a new, colder, more insidious dread. The chilling knowledge of Gull's Head, of what dwelled in the lightless depths off the dead coast, and the terrible, unending watch that someone somehow had to keep. I found myself drawn back. Not physically at first, but in my thoughts. In my research, I learned that the official plans to demolish Gull's Head had been stalled, mired in bureaucratic red tape, and strangely, protests from a newly formed, privately funded historical preservation society with anonymous backers. The story ends not with a scream, but with a quiet, chilling acceptance. A year later, I am older, grayer, my eyes holding a familiar haunted emptiness, the kind I'd once seen in my predecessor. I stand on a lonely, windswept stretch of the Maine coastline, miles from Gull's Head, yet inextricably bound to it. I've purchased a small, powerful telescope. Each night as dusk bleeds into darkness, I train it on that distant, skeletal silhouette against the bruised horizon. Sometimes I think I see a faint, flickering light in its ruined lantern room. In my pocket, I carry a cheap, handheld marine radio. It's always tuned to channel 113.7. Most nights, there is only static, but sometimes very faintly, almost inaudibly, I hear whispers. A child's sorrowful song, a desperate garbled plea for help, or the soft, rhythmic crash of waves. Even when the air around me is still, the watch continues, because the sea always claims its due, and someone always has to listen. Gull's Head Lighthouse stands as a silent witness to the depths of the dead coast. Daniel Hale learned that some burdens are heavier than any storm. The rules were meant to contain the horror, but the sea always claims its due. The light may flicker, but the watch is eternal. Seriously, if you didn't stay until the very end, you missed the ultimate revelation, the twist that reveals the true, terrifying scope of Gull's Head's reach. The last few moments change everything. What do you think the Sea Woman is? What was Greaves's true pact? Share your theories in the comments below. And if you made it through the night at Gull's Head, if the sea hasn't claimed you, then you're already a part of our story. Subscribe to Tonight Creepypasta Rules, because some places, they never truly let you go. And the call is always listening. They say the internet is a world without boundaries. They lie. Welcome to Threshold, a low-traffic forum where the posts aren't always written by human hands. My name is Ethan, a moderator haunted by the past. But I found myself in a digital space that demanded 3 strange rules just to stay alive. What's the creepiest thing you've ever seen online? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to venture past the loading screen, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because in this forum, the connections run deeper than code. The vigil begins now. The first rule appeared in the admin panel of Threshold. At 2:57 a.m., 3 lines of stark white text against the familiar, drab gray of the interface, like a digital epitaph for a sanity. I didn't yet know I was losing. I'd been staring at the screen for hours, the blue light etching itself onto my retinas, the only illumination in my cramped Port Orchard apartment. Outside, the Washington rain was a relentless, whispering curtain. Inside, the only sounds were the click of my mouse, the low hum of my outdated PC's struggling fan, and the occasional sigh of the building's ancient plumbing. This was my nocturnal kingdom built on stale coffee, the faint metallic tang of dust and old electronics, and a chronic inability to succumb to the oblivion of sleep. Threshold, a low-traffic, paranormal web forum I'd been moderating, mostly out of inertia, for the better part of 5 years. It was a digital purgatory of blurry ghost photos, teenagers spinning poorly written creepypastas, and the genuinely lonely seeking solace in shared anxieties. My job was simple: delete the spam, ban the trolls, and occasionally approve a post that showed a flicker of something beyond mundane boredom. Then the rules. No warning, no announcement from site admin, the anonymous owner I'd never interacted with, beyond a single setup email years ago. Just there, embedded in the mod tools, under a new unbidden heading, Operational Directives. Directive 1. Never approve posts containing photographs of stairwells that don't match the described location. They're not photoshopped. They are glimpses. Directive 2. Never open threads created between 3:00 a.m. and 3:33 a.m. They weren't posted by anyone alive. They are invitations. Directive 3. If anyone shares dreams that exactly match your own unposted thoughts, delete your account immediately and don't sleep for 24 hours. They found a way to reach through the forum. You are compromised. I blinked, rubbed my gritty eyes. I blinked, rubbed my gritty eyes. A prank. Had to be. Maybe Nina Park, my only co-moderator, a sharp-tongued programmer from somewhere on the East Coast, was messing with me. Or some bored hacker had found a back door. Still, a cold prickle, unrelated to the apartment's damp chill, traced its way down my spine. There was a declarative, almost biblical certainty to the phrasing. A dull ache throbbed behind my eyes, a familiar companion to my insomnia. A fleeting, unsettling image surfaced in my mind. A laughing face younger than mine. A shared secret in a sun-dappled forest. I pushed it down, the memory too slippery, too painful to grasp. With a sigh, I turned my attention to the moderation queue. The usual dross. Then, a new post flagged for approval. User Urban Explorer Ninity 2. Title: Strange Staircase in Old Mill. Photo: my mouse hovered. The Blackwood Mill, on the bluffs overlooking the Sound. I knew it. Explored its decaying shell countless times as a restless, brooding teenager. Back before. I clicked to preview the attached image. It loaded slowly, pixel by pixel. A grimy, dilapidated stairwell, all right. Concrete steps, rusted iron railing, cobwebs thick as shrouds. But something was wrong. The stairs in the photo were too narrow. Impossibly so for an industrial building. They spiraled downwards to the left, into a darkness that seemed to swallow the weak camera flash. The Blackwood Mill's main stairwell was wide, utilitarian, and spiraled to the right, and it was made of rotting wood, not this dark, unfamiliar, almost obsidian-like stone. They are glimpses. The words from Directive 1 echoed in my head. It was a clever Photoshop, of course. Had to be. But as I moved the cursor towards the reject button, the image on my screen flickered for a microsecond. So fast, I almost missed it. The shadows on those alien stairs seemed to deepen, to pulse, to move. My breath caught. My hand, suddenly clammy, clicked reject. The post vanished from the queue, but the image and the cold dread it had instilled lingered like the aftertaste of bad coffee. The next few nights, sleep remained an elusive enemy. But now, it was an enemy with sharper teeth. The rules, those 3 stark directives, preyed on my mind, replaying themselves in an endless loop against the backdrop of my caffeine-fueled wakefulness. I tried to rationalize them, to dismiss them as an elaborate prank, but the unsettling certainty of their tone, the specificity of their warnings, burrowed deep. I mentioned them to Nina in our secure mod chat. Her reply was swift, practical, and laced with her usual dry wit. Database glitch, Ethan, or some bored hacker running a script. Probably just some ARG creepypasta wannabe trying to spook the mods. Don't let it get to you. Get some sleep. Easy for her to say. But the glimpses continued. More posts with photographs of stairwells appeared in the queue. Each one subtly, disturbingly wrong. A fire escape on a local library that twisted at an impossible Escher-like angle. The cellar stairs of a supposedly haunted Victorian B&B, descending into a blackness that felt deeper than any physical space. Each location was one I had some vague, unsettling familiarity with from my fragmented, half-buried past. Places I had explored in my youth, trying to escape the suffocating quiet of my own home. I rejected them all. My mouse clicks increasingly hesitant, but the images lingered, superimposing themselves onto my vision. I started seeing similar impossible geometries in the periphery, in the way shadows fell across the peeling wallpaper of my own apartment, in the swirling patterns of creamer in my lukewarm coffee. Then came the threads. One night, scrolling through the active topics list, my eyes snagged on a new one. Title: "It's so cold down here." Username: "Lost signal." Timestamp: 3:04 a.m. My blood chilled. Directive 2: never open threads created between 3:00 a.m. and 3:33 a.m. They weren't posted by anyone alive. They are invitations. Before I could even process the thought, before my cursor could stray anywhere near it, the thread vanished from the list, gone, as if it had never been. The air in my small room, always a little stuffy, seemed to drop several degrees. I pulled my worn cardigan tighter around myself. A few days later, a new user registered on Threshold. Username: Caleb Bu. His introductory post was disarmingly charming, witty, full of praise for the forum's unique atmosphere. He claimed to be an old fan of the site, finally deciding to get involved after years of lurking. Reading his words, I felt a strange, inexplicable pull, a disturbing resonance, a sense of familiarity that prickled at the edges of my memory, but refused to resolve into a recognizable face or name. He sent me a private message later that night, his avatar a generic, smiling silhouette. "Hey Ethan, noticed you're always online late too. Insomnia buddies? You won't believe this, but I had this weird dream last night about an old abandoned arcade by the waterfront, the one with the broken Galaxy Voyager cabinet. It was making these strange, sad sounds." I stared at the message, my heart hammering against my ribs. The description was perfect, chillingly, terrifyingly perfect. It was a recurring nightmare I'd had for years, a deeply personal anxiety dream tied to a place I hadn't thought about consciously in over a decade. A dream I had never spoken of, never written down, never shared with a living soul. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a coincidence. This was something else. The message from Caleb Wu, that casual, terrifyingly accurate recounting of my private nightmare, left me deeply shaken. Directive 3: if anyone shares dreams that exactly match your own unposted thoughts, delete your account immediately and don't sleep for 24 hours. They found a way to reach through the forum. You are compromised. The words screamed in my head. Delete my account. Threshold, for all its morbid oddities, was my anchor, my routine, almost my only consistent human interaction, however mediated. To sever that tie felt extreme, a capitulation to a paranoia I was still desperately trying to dismiss as sleep-deprived fancy. I did nothing. I couldn't bring myself to do it. Caleb Wu, meanwhile, became a fixture on Threshold. His posts were intelligent, engaging, and he quickly gained a following among the forum's regulars. He offered insightful comments, even started a few popular discussion threads on paranormal theory that were cut above the usual fare. Then, Cited Admin, in a rare system-generated announcement, promoted Caleb Wu to moderator status. To help with the increasing workload and site optimization, the message read, Caleb's optimizations began almost immediately. Subtle changes at first, a cleaner font, a more intuitive layout for the subforums. He seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of the forum's archaic back-end code, implementing fixes and tweaks that even Nina, with her programming background, hadn't bothered with. His avatar remained that generic, smiling young man. But sometimes, late at night, when my eyes were burning from lack of sleep, I thought I saw a flicker in its pixelated eyes, a knowing shadow that reminded me of someone. Someone I couldn't or wouldn't name. Nina, in our private mod chats, voiced her own unease. This Caleb guy, Ethan, He's good. Maybe too good. Some of these code strings he's implementing, they're not standard. It feels intrusive, like he's weaving something into the site's DNA. Her unease proved prescient. Users who argued with Caleb in threads or questioned his moderation decisions began to experience anomalies. Their posts would become corrupted, riddled with garbled text and broken image links. Then their accounts would be mysteriously deleted, their entire post history vanishing without a trace. Sometimes, the last vestiges of their corrupted text, before disappearing entirely, would contain discernible strings of ASCII characters. When decoded, they often spelled out a single chilling word, CALEB. My own waking nightmares intensified. The auditory hallucinations, once fleeting, became more persistent. My mother's voice, cold and distant, echoing from a half-forgotten voicemail left years ago. After the incident. Why didn't you stop him, Ethan? You were right there. You could have stopped him. Stop who? From what? The memory was a black hole, a void in my past I instinctively shied away from. One night, or rather, one pre-dawn, as I was sifting through another batch of dubious EVP recordings in the moderation queue, the clock on my monitor read 3:13 a.m. A new thread appeared at the top of the latest posts list. Username, Observer 0, title, Ethan. I see you. My breath hitched. Before I could even process the raw direct thread, a private message notification pinged from Caleb W. Don't worry about that one, Ethan. I'll handle it. Some threads are best left unopened. Would you agree? As I read his message, the Observer 0 thread vanished from the list. Caleb's tone was light, almost reassuring, but something in the digital cadence of his words, the subtle possessiveness, made my skin crawl with a cold, nameless dread. My carefully constructed cage of routine and attachment was beginning to rust, its bars thinning. Paranoia became my constant companion, sleep an increasingly distant memory. I was mainlining caffeine, my apartment a landscape of empty mugs and overflowing ashtrays. The lines between threshold and my physical reality were not just blurring, they were actively dissolving. I saw those impossible stairwells everywhere now, in the spiraling patterns of static on my ancient CRT television, when a channel went dead, in the way shadows pooled and stretched in the corners of my rooms, in the condensation trails on a cold window pane. They were always leading down, always into a darkness that felt vast and hungry. Then Nina messaged me, her text frantic, stripped of its usual sardonic cool. Ethan, my dreams, they're not mine, they're yours. Your old posts, the ones you wrote years ago, the ones about the Blackwood Mill, the abandoned arcade. I'm dreaming them, verbatim, and I found something in the server logs, a hidden partition. It's like a mirror board, only seems to be active between 3:0 and 3:33 a.m. Caleb's IP address is all over its access logs. What the hell is going on? Before I could type a reply, before I could even process the terrifying implications of her message, Nina's user icon in our chat window went gray, offline. I navigated to her profile page on Threshold. It was gone. 404 error. Her profile picture, a stylized fox, was replaced by a corrupted, heavily pixelated image of a single, narrow staircase descending into blackness. Her last message in our private chat window flickered, the text distorting, then resolving into a string of stark ASCII characters. N-I-N-E-E-D-D-E-D-D-B-E-D. The message cut off. A cold, consuming dread washed over me, so potent it was almost physical. Nina was gone. Not just offline, erased. This wasn't an ARG. This wasn't a prank. This was real, consumed by a maelstrom of panic, grief, and a desperate, clawing need for answers. I did the one thing the real rules, had explicitly forbidden. I stayed logged into Threshold as the clock ticked past 3:00 a.m. The change was subtle at first, then undeniable. The familiar gray interface of the forum seemed to darken, the hues shifting, deepening. The text on the screen, while still legible, subtly pulsed with a faint inner light. Like embers, the very air in my apartment felt charged, heavy, expectant. I remembered Nina's terrified words about the mirror board. Directive 2. Never open threads created between 3:00 a.m. and 3:33 a.m. They weren't posted by anyone alive. They are invitations. A new thread appeared at the top of the forum. Time-stamped 3:07 a.m. Username Unantiti. Title: Welcome home, Ethan. My hand trembled, hovering over the mouse. Every instinct screamed at me to log off, to hurl my PC out the window, to run. But Nina. What had happened to Nina? And Caleb. Who or what was Caleb? Driven by a reckless, grief-stricken impulse, I clicked. My screen glitched violently, dissolving into a cascade of corrupted pixels, then reformed. I wasn't on Threshold anymore. Or rather, I was on a version of Threshold steeped in nightmare. The interface was a dark, twisted parody of the familiar forum. Colors inverted, fonts distorted into grotesque, spidery scripts. This was it, the mirror board. A single user profile was prominently displayed on its corrupted landing page. Username: Modzero. The profile picture wasn't a generic icon. It was my own face, captured from my webcam feed at that exact horrifying moment. Mouth agape in a silent scream, eyes wide with a terror I couldn't contain. Below it, a single line of self-typing text. Appearing letter by agonizing letter. You shouldn't have come here, Ethan, but we're so very glad you did. The mirror board was a violation. A digital desecration of everything familiar. My apartment, moments before a stifling but known space, now felt like an open nerve, directly connected to this pulsating, corrupted underbelly of Threshold. The interface writhed. Threads, if you could call them that, were fragmented memories. My own, chillingly accurate, and those of others, twisted into accusations, veiled threats, and looping, nonsensical pleas. Images of impossible stairwells were no longer confined to posts. They were the very architecture of this place, endlessly descending into a digital darkness that felt terrifyingly real, almost tangible. The sound from my speakers, which I hadn't realized had activated, was a low, dissonant cacophony. Whispers that seemed to slither just beneath the threshold of understanding. Distorted snatches of Nina's voice crying out. My mother's cold, accusatory tones. And, most horrifyingly, Caleb's younger voice, laced with a desperate boyish plea I hadn't heard in 15 years. Underlying it all was a faint, rhythmic thudding, like a corrupted dying heartbeat. Modzero. If it was a singular entity, communicated directly. Its text appearing on my screen like self-writing code, overwriting parts of the interface, sometimes even my own desktop. By its avatar, my screaming face flickered, morphing into shifting images of those wrong stairwells, then dissolving into pure ASCII noise that resolved into phrases echoing my deepest unspoken fears. You remember the rain that night, Ethan? One string of code pulsed, the way the branches scraped against his window. Then Caleb Abu appeared, not as a PM, but as a fully rendered presence on the mirror board. His avatar was no longer the generic, smiling silhouette. It was Caleb. Teenage Caleb, as I remembered him, or as my fractured memory had allowed me to remember him. Lanky, with that shock of dark hair always falling into his eyes. But these eyes were different. Empty. Shadowed. digital voids. You came, Ethan, his text scrolled, accompanied by that young, familiar voice, now tinny and distorted through my speakers. I knew you would, eventually. Caleb? My own voice was a strangled whisper in the silence of my room. You left me, Ethan, the digital ghost continued, its tone devoid of accusation, yet heavy with an ancient sorrow. The pact. You promised. We were supposed to go together. But it's okay. I understand. You were scared. But I'm not angry. Modatsuro showed me the way. It keeps us present. It keeps me present. The air in my room grew colder, the metallic tang of ozone sharpened my nostrils. The whispers intensified, coiling around Caleb's words. Modatsuro was here. Using him. Speaking through him. He doesn't remember it all, does he, Caleb? Motsuro's code crawled across the screen, parasitic. Show him, Caleb. Show him the truth he buried. The mirror board buckled. The images shifting, reforming into a nightmarish diorama. The scene from my fragmented memories. The woods, the old, derelict water tower we used to climb. 2 teenage boys, me and Caleb. But the memory was sharper now, more brutal, less forgiving. It wasn't just Caleb who had been eager for the pact, for that desperate adolescent escape from lives we found unbearable. I had been there, an equal, even eager participant. I had encouraged him. And then at the final, terrible moment, standing on that precipice, I had panicked. I had backed down, leaving Caleb alone, resolute to step into the void. My call for help, when it finally came, was too late. My mother's subsequent accusations, her grief-stricken voice replayed endlessly in my mind. Why didn't you stop him? You were right there. They weren't just her pain. They were a distorted echo of a truth I had refused to face. I hadn't just failed to stop him. I had, in a way, led him there. This raw, unvarnished guilt was what Mud-Zero fed on. It was the anchor. The rules are different here, Ethan, Caleb's echo said, a hint of something like triumph in his distorted voice. The stairwells, they lead here, deeper. The dreams, they are how we connect, how Mud-Zero connects. Staying awake won't save you. It's in your mind now, Ethan. It was always in your mind, waiting. A new set of directives appeared, superimposed over the screaming face of my avatar. Mirror Directive 1. All glimpses must be embraced. Descend. Mirror Directive 2. All invitations must be accepted. Communicate. Mirror Directive 3. All compromises are permanent. Integrate. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, a flicker of something different, a corrupted image file. One I vaguely recognized from Nina's last. Frantic messages appeared in a corner of the screen. It pulsed with a faint blue light, an anomaly in this red and black hellscape. Nina, her digital ghost, or a fragment of her consciousness, was trying to reach me. Her last act of defiance. The image resolved into lines of complex code, a script. But it was incomplete, riddled with errors. Mud-Zero sensed the intrusion. The whispers became screams. The stairwells on the screen seemed to writhe, their steps shifting like teeth, converging on me. Caleb's face contorted, his empty eyes suddenly burning with a cold, possessive light. Don't fight it, Ethan. It's better this way. We can finally finish what we started. Mud-Zero wanted more than just my fear. It wanted my willing surrender. It wanted me to click integrate, to become another ghost in its corrupted machine, another voice in its digital chorus of despair. Forever bound to Caleb, to my guilt, within the endless, looping nightmare of the mirror board. The assault from Mud-Zero was relentless, a barrage of sensory and psychological attacks. My own memories weaponized, flashed before my eyes. Every failure, every regret, every moment of fear, amplified and distorted. The whispers were inside my head now. A constant, gnawing chorus. The stairwells on the screen seemed to extend, to beckon, promising an end to the torment in their suffocating digital depths. Caleb's echo was a constant presence, sometimes pleading, sometimes cajoling, sometimes just watching with those hollow, expectant eyes. But Nina's code, it was a lifeline, a single, uncorrupted thought in a universe of digital insanity. Battered, disoriented, I clung to it. The script was a backdoor exploit, a way to attack Modded Zero's core processes, but it was incomplete, flawed, and it required, according to a fragmented comment Nina had embedded within it, a truth key initiation. The truth. The full, unvarnished, soul-crushing truth of that night at the water tower. Caleb. The assault from Modded Zero was relentless, a barrage of sensory and psychological attacks. My own memories weaponized, flashed before my eyes. Every failure, every regret, every moment of fear, amplified and distorted. The whispers were inside my head now. A constant, gnawing chorus. The stairwells on the screen seemed to extend, to beckon, promising an end to the torment in their suffocating digital depths. Caleb's echo was a constant presence, sometimes pleading, sometimes cajoling, sometimes just watching with those hollow, expectant eyes. But Nina's code, it was a lifeline, a single, uncorrupted thought in a universe of digital insanity. Battered, disoriented, I clung to it. The script was a backdoor exploit, a way to attack Modded Zero's core processes, but it was incomplete, flawed, and it required, according to a fragmented comment Nina had embedded within it, a truth key initiation. The truth. The full, unvarnished, soul-crushing truth of that night at the water tower. Caleb. I forced the words out, my voice hoarse, cracking. The sound was alien in the digital cacophony. I wasn't speaking to the entity. I was speaking to the memory, to the ghost of the boy I had failed. I remember it all now. I remember it all now. It wasn't just you. I was there. I wanted it too. And then I got scared. I was a coward. I left you. I'm so sorry, Caleb. I'm so sorry. As I spoke the words, the raw, agonizing truth of them, something shifted. Caleb's digital echo flickered, his form becoming less stable, the lines of his avatar blurring. The confident, possessive light in his eyes wavered, replaced by a flicker of something akin to confusion, to pain? Pain? Pain! His existence here, I realized, was predicated on my repressed guilt, on the lies I had told myself. The truth was a poison to this digital phantom. Mod Zero sensed the shift, the weakening of its hold. Its assault intensified. The screen flashed, pure white, then blood red. A deafening screech erupted from my speakers, trying to obliterate thought. The stairwells converged, no longer beckoning, but threatening to consume, to drag me down into their pixelated abyss. But the truth, however painful, had also unlocked something in me. With a final desperate command, a string of code that felt like tearing a part of myself away, it was done. Nina's script, fueled by the raw energy of my confession, slammed a series of digital bulkheads around Mod Zero's core. I wasn't destroying it. I was imprisoning it, using the very architecture of the mirror board, the endless looping stairwells, to create an inescapable recursive prison. Its own rules, the directives of descent and invitation, became its cage. Caleb's echo flickered violently, his form dissolving into static. The last sound I heard from him wasn't a scream of rage or a plea, but a faint, almost inaudible digital sigh, a sound that might have been release, or perhaps just the final irrevocable erasure of a corrupted file. The mirror board convulsed. My monitor screamed with a final burst of white noise, then went black. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought my PC had fried. Then, with a familiar whir, It rebooted. The standard BIOS screen, the Windows loading chimes, and finally, the login screen for Threshold. The normal, drab, gray threshold. My apartment was silent. The oppressive atmosphere, the feeling of being watched, of being connected to something vast and malevolent, was gone. The air was just air, stale and smelling of old coffee, but blessedly, terrifyingly normal. I looked at the clock on my taskbar. 3:34 a.m. The window had closed. My hands were shaking uncontrollably, but I knew what I had to do. Directive 3. If anyone shares dreams that exactly match your own unposted thoughts, delete your account immediately, and don't sleep for 24 hours. They found a way to reach through the forum. You are compromised. I had been more than compromised. I had been more than compromised. I had been dissected, violated, and very nearly consumed. With a deep, shuddering breath, I navigated to my Threshold account settings. Click Delete Account. Confirmed. My digital footprint on that haunted ground erased. Then began the vigil. 24 hours without sleep. It was a grueling, torturous marathon. Every shadow seemed to writhe. Every creak of the old building sounded like a whisper. The urge to close my eyes just for a moment was an overwhelming physical force, but I fought it, fueled by black coffee and the raw, adrenaline-laced terror of what I had just escaped. The distorted accusatory voice of my mother, which had been a constant refrain in my mind for weeks, was blessedly silent. Days later, I emerged, not cleansed, not healed, but changed. The chronic insomnia remained, a stubborn tenant, but the quality of my sleeplessness was different now. The crushing weight of unacknowledged guilt had lessened, replaced by a weary, bone-deep understanding. The fear was still there, a cold ember in my gut, but it was no longer the paralyzing dread of the unknown. It was the vigilance of a survivor. I started small, opened my blinds during the day, took short walks, the Port Orchard air surprisingly fresh. I even looked up local therapists, the thought no longer an admission of defeat, but a potential step towards something. Months passed. I was trying to build a semblance of a normal life. I'd even started a freelance coding gig, my oldest skills slowly, painfully, returning. One evening, working late on a project, an email notification pinged, unsolicited. The sender address was unfamiliar, unsettling. admin@thresholdreborn.net. My blood ran cold. The subject line, "We've missed your input, Ethan." My hand trembled as I opened it. The body of the email was stark, containing only a single, high-resolution image. It was a photograph of the main stairwell in my current apartment building, the one I walked up and down every day. But the stairs in the photo were wrong. They were narrower, made of that same dark, polished stone from the Blackwood Mill picture, and they spiraled down, not up, into an impossible, light-swallowing darkness. Below the image, a single line of text, appearing as if typed by an invisible hand. New rules apply. You already know them, don't you, Ethan? I glanced at the digital clock in the corner of my new high-end PC monitor. 2:59 a.m., the quiet, efficient hum of its advanced cooling system suddenly sounded like a distorted, familiar whisper, coiling in the silence of the room. Threshold holds its secrets in the corrupted code. Ethan learned that some forums are gateways, not just gathering places. The rules were a fragile shield against a horror lurking in the digital ether. Modded Zero may be contained, but the connection remains. Seriously. If you didn't stay until the very end, you missed the ultimate revelation, the twist that reveals the true, terrifying aftermath of moderating Threshold. The last few moments change everything. What do you think Modded Zero is? What was Caleb Ball's fate? Share your theories in the comments below. And if you made it out of Threshold's grasp, if the mirror board hasn't claimed you, then you're already a part of our network. Subscribe to Tonight Creepypasta Rules. Because some threads, they're never truly closed. And the rules, they follow you offline. Some towns don't just exist on maps. They exist in the deep. Welcome to Ashford Bay, a forgotten corner of Maine where the ocean isn't just water. It's a presence. My name is Graham Teller, a man drowning in grief, and I came here seeking solace, seeking oblivion. Instead, I found myself in a place that demanded 3 strange rules just to stay alive. What's the creepiest body of water you've ever been near? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to face the tide, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because out here, the sea doesn't just claim the drowned, it sends them back. The watch begins now. The first thing I noticed about Ashford Bay wasn't the scent of salt or the cries of gulls, though both were undeniably present, hanging heavy in the air like a damp shroud. It was the silence, a profound, listening silence that seemed to emanate from the dark, brooding pines that crowded the coastline, from the opaque surface of the slate-gray Atlantic, from the very bones of the ancient weathered village itself. It was the kind of silence that felt like it was waiting for a body. My arrival had been less than auspicious. A rattling ancient ferry, the only connection to this forgotten splinter of down east Maine, had deposited me and my meager belongings onto a rickety, seaweed-choked pier. There was no welcoming committee, no bustling harbor, just a handful of grim-faced, oilskin-clad fishermen who had watched my disembarkation with an unnerving, unblinking stillness before turning back to their inscrutable tasks. Cell service had died an hour out from the mainland, leaving me adrift in a world that felt centuries removed from the New York I'd fled. I had come to Ashford Bay seeking oblivion, or at least a temporary reprieve from the gnawing grief that had become my constant companion since Sylvie drowned. My wife. The word still felt like a phantom limb, an ache where something vital used to be. Her laughter, the scent of her hair, the way she'd hum off key while sketching. All drowned, lost beneath the cold, indifferent waves off Montauk. The official report called it an accidental drowning, a rogue wave during a coastal storm. But the fragmented, alcohol-soaked memories of our last bitter argument on those cliffs, her screams swallowed by the wind, they whispered a more complicated, more damning story. The breach house, as the locals apparently called it, was my inheritance, a dubious gift from a distant, 90-something cousin I'd never met, whose passing had been as quiet and unnoticed as Ashford Bay itself seemed to be. It was a dilapidated Victorian monstrosity, perched precariously on a spit of land that jutted out into the churning Atlantic, its paint peeling like sunburnt skin, its windows dark and vacant like a skull's eyes. My cousin's lawyer had described it as in need of some attention. That was an understatement of colossal proportions. Still, the thought of burying myself in its restoration, of trading mental anguish for physical labor, had held a desperate appeal. The house smelled perpetually of brine, damp, decaying wood, and something else, something faintly organic and unsettlingly sweet, like overripe fruit left to rot in a dark cellar. Floorboards creaked under my weight like the timbers of an old ship groaning in a heavy swell. The wind, a constant, mournful presence here, sighed through the ill-fitting window frames, sounding like a mournful, disembodied breath. It was, I suppose, a fitting mausoleum for a broken man. My first encounter with a local who offered more than a stony stare came in the form of Clem Harker. He appeared on my doorstep the evening I arrived, a man in his late 50s perhaps, with a ruddy, weathered face, a folksy, ingratiating smile, and eyes that, despite their outward twinkle, held a deep, watery weariness. He introduced himself as the town historian postmaster, and with a self-deprecating chuckle, its undertaker. All vital services in a place like Ashford, Mr. Teller, he'd said, his voice raspy like dry leaves. We tend to our own, you see. He offered a neighborly welcome, a bottle of surprisingly potent local moonshine, and a stream of unsolicited advice about the treacherous tides and the unpredictable Maine weather. His smile, I noted, never quite seemed to reach those ancient knowing eyes. That night, exhausted by the journey and the oppressive atmosphere of the breach house, I'd fallen into a fitful, whiskey-fueled sleep. I awoke in the pre-dawn gloom to a faint scratching sound. My heart hammered. I fumbled for the bedside lamp, its weak bulb casting long, dancing shadows. Slipped under my door, on a piece of old, water-stained and brittle-feeling paper, was a note. The handwriting was spidery, erratic, yet strangely elegant. Welcome to Ashford. We know you're new, so here are the rules. Break them, and we all drown. Below this stark pronouncement were 3 numbered directives. Never swim when the lighthouse beam turns red at night. That's not a navigation signal. That's a hunger. If you see people walking into the ocean at midnight, don't call out to them or follow. They aren't people anymore. They're offerings. If the tide recedes more than half a mile, don't marvel at the exposed seabed. Run inland immediately, and don't look back at what emerges from the deep trenches. It comes to collect. It was signed with a single spidery initial. I stared at the note, the cheap whiskey doing little to numb the sudden icy dread that gripped me. Rules. For what? Drown. It had to be a prank, some morbid local humor aimed at the city slicker. But as I read the words again, the beam from the distant skeletal lighthouse that stood sentinel on the farthest point of the bay swept across my salt-ground window, and for a fleeting, impossible second, the stark white light seemed to bleed, to deepen, to flash a visceral, horrifying blood red before returning to its normal, steady sweep. I blinked, shook my head. A trick of the fog, I told myself, or the whiskey. Definitely the whiskey. But the unease lingered, cold and sharp as the North Atlantic wind. The first few days in Ashland Bay were a blur of damp chill, aching loneliness, and the relentless Herculean task of making the breach house habitable. The rules, scrawled on that unsettling piece of paper, I'd initially dismissed as some kind of bizarre local hazing ritual, but the image of that momentary red flash from the lighthouse, whether real or imagined, had snagged in my mind like a fishhook. My attempts to get basic supplies or information from the mainland were met with a frustrating, almost conspiratorial politeness. The ferry, I was told by Clem Harker, at the tiny dust-choked general store that also served as the post office, ran on a schedule dictated by the tides and the skipper's inclinations. Phone lines were apparently prone to saltwater corrosion. As for internet, Harker had just chuckled. A dry, rustling sound. Everything you truly need, son, Ashford provides. Always has. There was a finality in his tone that broke no argument. I finally met him on my 3rd day. I had been walking the desolate, shingle-strewn beach that fronted the breach house, the wind tearing at my inadequate city coat. When I saw her, she was standing near the base of the distant black iron lighthouse, a solitary figure silhouetted against the bruised gray sky. Eleanor Rake. She was perhaps in her mid-30s, her face weathered by sun and sea to the texture of old leather, her eyes a startling pale blue, almost glassy, like sea-worn fragments. What struck me most, though, were the scars, a network of thin, pale lines that traversed her throat, disappearing beneath the high collar of her oilskin jacket. She wore long, thick gloves, despite the relative mildness of the day. She didn't offer a greeting, just watched me approach, her gaze unnervingly direct. "You got my note, Mr. Teller?" she stated, her voice a low, soft whisper, barely audible above the crash of the surf. It wasn't a question. "The rules," I said, trying to keep my own voice steady. "Is that some kind of local joke?" A faint, humorless smile touched her lips. Ashford Bay doesn't have much of a sense of humor, Mr. Teller. The rules aren't suggestions. They're a compact. The rules aren't suggestions. They're a compact. An agreement with forces older than this town. Her gaze drifted out to the churning, white-capped ocean. That night, sleep was an even more elusive quarry. I found myself by the grimy windows of the breach house, staring out at the black, heaving expanse of the Atlantic. The rhythmic sweep of the lighthouse beam, the only point of reference in the inky darkness. Around 10, I think it happened. The steady white beam faltered. Then, unmistakably this time, it shifted, deepened, and pulsed a vivid, visceral crimson. It wasn't a filter, not a trick of the light. The very quality of the light changed, thickened, casting eerie, blood-like shadows that seemed to writhe and dance on the walls of my room. It felt hot against my skin, even through the glass, an almost radioactive intensity, an irrational, powerful urge, primal and terrifying, rose within me, to strip off my clothes, to run out into the night, to plunge into that dark, crimson-lit surf. My body swayed towards the door. I could almost feel the cold shock of the water. Hear Sylvie's voice whispering my name from the depths. With a gasp, I stumbled back, my heart hammering, the first rule screaming in my mind. That's a hunger. The red light swept on, indifferent, before finally, after what felt like an eternity, fading back to its normal sterile white. I was left shaking, drenched in a cold sweat. A few nights later, again, unable to find solace in sleep, the house groaning around me like a dying beast. I was drawn to the window by a flicker of movement on the periphery. It was close to midnight. The moon was a sliver, veiled by fast-moving clouds. Down on the beach, at the edge of the pale, moon-slicked sand where it met the dark, hungry waves, I saw them. Figures. Maybe half a dozen, perhaps more. Indistinct in the gloom, they were walking silently, purposefully, in a loose procession, from the direction of the village, straight into the crashing, foaming surf. They didn't hesitate, didn't look back. One by one, they were swallowed by the black water. My first instinct was to shout, to run out, to call for help. Who would walk into the sea like that? But Eleanor Rake's hushed, urgent voice echoed in my memory. Her second rule stark and chilling. Don't call out to them or follow. They aren't people anymore. They're offerings. The sight was profoundly dreamlike, yet undeniably real. I watched until the last figure was gone. The only sound, the eternal roar of the Atlantic. The next morning, the sun was a pale, watery disk in a sky, the color of lead. I forced myself to walk into the village, a knot of cold dread in my stomach. Clem Harker was sweeping the porch of the general store, a picture of folksy normalcy. He tipped his worn cap. Morning, Mr. Teller. Fine day after the blow last night. Then, his voice dropping to a confidential, almost reverent tone, he added, Sad news, though. Old Mrs. Periwinkle from down the lane passed peacefully in her sleep. A long life, well lived. The sea calls us all home eventually, eh? I stared at him. The image of a small, stooped figure, eerily resembling the town's oldest inhabitant, walking silently into the black waves under the midnight moon, searing itself into my mind. Peaceful in her sleep? Right. The dreams were the worst. Or perhaps they were just an extension of Ashford Bay's waking nightmare. Sylvie was always there, a constant, sorrowful presence in the turbulent landscapes of my sleep. Sometimes she was waterlogged, her once vibrant auburn hair lank and matted with dark, stringy kelp, her eyes wide and accusing as she pleaded with me from a dark, sunless abyss. Why didn't you save me, Graham? Why did you let me go? Other times she was angry, her voice distorted, echoing as if from a great depth, her words swallowed by the sound of rushing water. her accusations lost just before they became clear. The smell of rotting seaweed and cold, stagnant brine permeated these dreams, a cloying, visceral scent that often lingered in the musty air of the breach house long after I awoke, gasping. In a tangle of sweat-soaked sheets, the house itself seemed to be colluding with my nightmares. I started hearing things, subtle at first, then more insistent, the soft, wet sound of breathing, rhythmic and slow, emanating from the corroded brass sink drains in the kitchen and bathroom. Especially late at night when the wind died down, faint whispers too indistinct to be words. But with a cadence that chillingly mimicked Sylvie's voice, seemed to sigh from the drafts that snaked through the house's ancient, decaying frame. My hand, more often than not, found its way to the bottle of cheap whiskey Clem Harker had so thoughtfully provided. It didn't stop the sounds, but it blurred their edges, made them almost bearable. Eleanor Rake became my reluctant, cryptic oracle. I'd find her at the base of the lighthouse, staring out at the gray, heaving sea, her scarred throat exposed to the biting wind. She spoke in riddles, in fragments, her pale eyes never quite meeting mine. She told me of the Marrowlight, a name spoken in a hushed, fearful whisper. An ancient consciousness, she said, that dwelled in the lightless, unexplored trenches far offshore. Ashford Bay, she explained, had a pact with it, an agreement forged in blood and salt water centuries ago by the town's founding families. It trades, Mr. Teller, she'd murmured, her gaze fixed on the horizon. Life for life, the rules. They keep the balance, or they guide the offering. Someone always pays the toll. Clem Harker, in contrast to Eleanor's grim pronouncements, continued his rounds of folksy helpfulness. He stopped by the breach house with a basket of freshly caught mackerel. Thought you might appreciate a taste of the ocean's bounty, son. Or an armful of seasoned driftwood from my perpetually damp fireplace. He'd offer me old, brittle maritime charts of Ashford Bay, meticulously hand-drawn. The treacherous deep trenches offshore marked with unsettlingly bold ink. Know your waters, Mr. Teller. He'd say with a wink. She's a fickle mistress, the sea. Once, he gifted me a pair of antique, patched-up canvas waders he'd found in the Historical Society's archives. Might come in handy if you plan on exploring the flats at low tide, he'd said, his smile benign, but his eyes holding that familiar, unreadable gleam. His advice about the tides, the currents, the old ways of Ashford, always seemed to carry a subtle, unsettling undertone. A gentle nudge towards the very dangers the rules warned against. One particularly bleak afternoon, driven by a restless, alcohol-fueled curiosity, I decided to explore the damp, labyrinthine cellar of the breach house. The air down there was thick, cold, and heavy, with the smell of mildew and something else. Something that reminded me of low tide on a hot day. The scent of exposed, decaying marine life. By the wavering light of an old oil lantern I'd found, my gaze fell upon the rough-hewn stone walls. Etched into the damp, sweating stone, clearly by a child's hand, were a series of crude, chilling drawings. Figures, stick-like and small, walking resolutely into a tumultuous, wave-filled sea. A skeletal lighthouse, its beam a stark, angry red. And, most disturbingly, a massive, vaguely tentacled shape, covered in what looked like myriad staring eyes, rising from an unnaturally receding shoreline. One of the drawings, more detailed than the others, depicted a small figure being offered to this monstrous shape by larger, robed figures. Beneath it, scrawled in a shaky, childish script, was a date and a single heartbreaking sentence. Papa gone to Marrowlight. October 17th, 1888. The year of the great hurricane that had decimated this coast. The Marrowlight. It wasn't just a name, Eleanor whispered. It was a hungry, ancient god. My days in Ashburn Bay became a descent into a fog of grief, alcohol, and annoying, obsessive curiosity. The sea, once a backdrop to my sorrow, now felt like an active, malevolent presence, its moods dictating the rhythm of the town, and increasingly, my own fractured psyche. I found myself drawn to the town's tiny, dust-choked archive, housed in a back room of Clem Harker's funeral parlor, a place that smelled overwhelmingly of formaldehyde and old paper. Harker, ever the helpful curator, provided me with access to brittle, leather-bound ledgers and faded town meeting minutes. The records were sparse, often cryptic, but a pattern began to emerge. Oblique references to the deep toll, to sacrifices made to appease the old ones of the trench, to families who had given sons and daughters to the Grey Widowmaker. These entries, spanning centuries, always coincided with periods of unusual prosperity for the town. Bountiful fishing seasons, miraculously averted storms. Then came the shift. It wasn't a storm, not in the conventional sense. The sky, which had been a sullen, bruised gray for days, took on an unnatural yellowish tinge. The wind died completely, leaving the air heavy, still pregnant with an unseen, oppressive pressure. The gulls, usually a constant, raucous presence, fell utterly silent. A profound, unnerving stillness settled over Ashburn Bay, a silence that felt far more threatening than any gale. Eleanor Rake appeared at the door of the breach house, her usual guarded composure shattered. Her face was pale, almost translucent beneath her weather-beaten tan, her pale blue eyes wide, with a primal fear that chilled me more than any icy blast of wind from the Atlantic. She didn't knock, just burst in, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "The tide, Mr. Teller," she choked out, her voice no longer a whisper, but a harsh, strained rasp. "It's turning wrong. Too fast. Too far." I followed her out onto the bluff, overlooking the beach. The sight that greeted me defied all logic, all experience. The tide, which should have been nearing its peak, was receding with astonishing, unnatural speed. It wasn't just ebbing. It was being sucked away from the shore, as if by some colossal, unseen siphon. The water pulled back and back and back, far beyond any normal low tide mark I had ever witnessed, exposing a vast, glistening, alien expanse of seabed. Rocks covered in slime, tangled forests of dark, unknown kelp, and most ominously, deep, black, shadowed trenches snaking out towards the abyssal depths, trenches that should have been hundreds of feet beneath the waves. The exposed seabed steamed with a faint, sickly greenish phosphorescent mist, and a low guttural grinding sound, like immense stones being dragged across the ocean floor, began to emanate from the largest, deepest of the trenches. The air filled with an overpowering stench, ancient, concentrated brine, sulfurous decay, and something else, something indescribably old and coldly, terribly predatory. Rule 3. If the tide recedes more than half a mile, don't marvel at the exposed seabed. Run inland immediately, and don't look back at what emerges from the deep trenches. It comes to collect. Run! Eleanor shrieked, her voice cracking with terror. She grabbed my arm, her grip surprisingly strong, her long-gloved fingers digging into my flesh. Inland! Now! Don't look back! For God's sake, don't look back. It's coming to collect. The few other townsfolk visible from our vantage point, fishermen on the pier, a woman tending a small windswept garden, were already fleeing, a silent, terrified exodus towards the meager shelter of the village and the dark pines beyond. There was no panic, no screaming, just a grim, practiced haste that spoke of a horror intimately known, a ritual of survival deeply ingrained. As I stumbled inland with Eleanor, her terror, a contagious current, a horrifying, powerful psychic image slammed into my mind, as vivid and unsolicited as a blow. A vast, shadowy form, uncoiling from the largest, blackest trench, its silhouette vaguely, monstrously cephalopodic, but impossibly large. Its bulk blotting out the horizon, I saw, or sensed, myriad pale, lidless, searching eyes, each the size of a small boat, turning towards the shore. And then, Sylvie's voice, clear as a bell, as if she were standing right beside me. Her tones soft, seductive, chillingly serene, whispered in my ear. "It's so beautiful down here, Graham. So peaceful. Come see, come join me." My feet faltered. The urge to turn, to look, to answer that beloved, beckoning voice was almost overwhelming. The old stone lighthouse, usually a symbol of guidance, became our desperate, fragile sanctuary. Eleanor, her breath still ragged, slammed the heavy iron door shut behind us, the sound echoing in the cramped circular space. The air inside was thick with the smell of lamp oil, salt, and an old ingrained fear. Through the narrow, salt-caked windows, we could only glimpse fragments of the unfolding horror on the unnaturally exposed seabed. But the sounds and the sheer psychic pressure were inescapable. The grinding, guttural groans from the deep trenches intensified, vibrating through the very stone of the tower. The phosphorescent mist thickened, casting an eerie, spectral glow over the alien landscape. We didn't need to see. We could feel the immense, ancient intelligence out there, scanning the shore, its cold, predatory attention palpable. The lighthouse itself seemed to react, its ancient structure groaning as if under immense pressure. Its beam, which should have been dormant in the daylight, flickering erratically, sometimes terrifyingly, pulsing that deep, visceral blood red. The marrowlight, it seemed, had found its focus. Me. The psychic assault began subtly, then escalated with horrifying intensity. Visions of Sylvie, more vivid, more real than any dream, filled my mind. She was there, standing on the glistening, alien seabed, beckoning to me. Her form sometimes translucent, sometimes heartbreakingly solid. She pleaded with me, her voice a perfect echo of the Sylvie I'd loved, full of sorrow and longing. "It's not so bad here, Graham." The quiet. "It's a kind of peace. Your grief, your pain. You can let it all go. Just join me. Join us in the deep." Then the visions turned darker, sharper. The marrow light dredged up my most buried memories, the ones I'd drowned in alcohol and denial. The argument on the Montauk Cliffs, replayed with brutal, unforgiving clarity. My angry words, Sylvie's tear-streaked face, the way she'd stumbled near the crumbling edge, the slip, her scream, cut short by the roar of the wind and the waves. My own momentary, unforgivable hesitation before I'd scrambled down. Too late. The question voiced by Sylvie's spectral lips, by the marrowlight's insidious whisper, echoed in the confines of my skull. A relentless, hammering accusation. "Did you push her, Graham? Did you let her fall?" Just as I felt my sanity fraying, the heavy iron door of the lighthouse creaked open. Clem Harker. He offered a weak, folksy smile, though his eyes were wide and held a strange, feverish light. "Thought you folks might need some company," he said, his voice too calm, too reasonable for the unfolding apocalypse outside. "Nasty business, this. Happens every few generations. The deep tide." He moved further into the cramped space, his presence suddenly feeling more oppressive than the entity outside. He began to speak, his tone soft, almost paternal, of the peace the sea offered, how some were chosen by the marrowlight, how their sacrifice ensured Ashford's continued existence. "Sometimes, son," he said, placing a hand that felt cold as a fish on my shoulder. "Letting go is the only way to hold on to what truly matters. The town, our families, our way of life. A small price for so many." Eleanor, who had been crouched by a window, her face a mask of terror, suddenly straightened. A desperate, furious clarity burned in her glassy eyes. "He's lying, Mr. Teller," she hissed, her voice raw. "He's not seeking refuge. He's the shepherd of the compact." "Now, Eleanor, that's no way to talk," Clem said, his smile tightening. But his eyes darted towards her, sharp and cold. "For generations, his family has ensured the balance," Eleanor cried, stumbling towards me. "They guide the offerings. He chooses them. Newcomers, the weak, the broken. Like you, Mr. Teller. He brought you here. The house that cousin you never knew. It was all him. He prepares them for the Marrowlight." Clem's folksy mask dissolved, his face hardened, his eyes becoming flat, reptilian. "The town must survive Teller. The pact must be honored. Someone always has to pay the toll. And this time, it's you. The Marrowlight has taken a particular interest." As if on cue, the psychic pressure intensified. Sylvie's apparition materialized before me, no longer distant, but standing just beyond the lighthouse door, on the edge of the returning tide, which was now surging back with terrifying speed. She was beautiful, serene, whole again, her hand outstretched. "Choose Graham." Her voice, or the Marrowlight's perfect mimicry of it, whispered, full of a profound, seductive peace. "The shore, and your endless pain, or the solace of the deep, an end to it all." With me, the offer was almost irresistible. The thought of oblivion, of an end to the grief, the guilt. "No," Eleanor screamed. Clem moved then, surprisingly fast for his age. He grabbed my arm, his grip like iron, trying to drag me towards the door, towards Sylvie's beckoning ghost. "It's for the good of Ashford, Teller. She's waiting for you. Accept the bargain." The lighthouse beam above us pulsed, a searing, blinding crimson, bathing the interior in a hellish light. The grinding from the deep rose to a deafening crescendo. I was caught between Clem's desperate strength, Sylvie's irresistible plea, and Eleanor's terrified shouts. My mind, my will, was a battlefield. The crimson light of the lighthouse seared my eyes. The psychic screams of the Marrowlight and Sylvie's spectral pleas, a vortex in my head. Clem Harker's grip was a vice, his face a mask of fanatical determination. "She wants you, tell her. It's an honor." A necessary end. But Eleanor's desperate cry, "He's lying," had pierced through the hallucinatory fog. The truth of Harker's monstrous stewardship, his cold-blooded shepherding of souls to this ancient abyssal god, ignited a spark of defiance in the ruins of my will. This wasn't peace Sylvie offered. It was consumption. This wasn't solace. It was an eternal, cold damnation. Sylvie wouldn't want this. I roared, the words tearing from my throat, raw with a grief that was suddenly horribly clear, and the memory of Montauk no longer a hazy, alcohol-soaked blur, but a sharp, stabbing image. Her stumble, yes, but also my own frozen inaction. My momentary paralysis born of anger and shock. I hadn't pushed her, but I hadn't saved her either. And that truth, agonizing as it was mine, not the Marrowlight's to twist. With a surge of adrenaline born of desperation, I twisted out of Harker's grasp. He lunged again, but I grabbed one of the heavy iron pry bars used for the lighthouse mechanism, a forgotten relic leaning against the wall. I didn't swing to strike, but to fend him off, to create space. "The pact isn't with me," I yelled, more to the oppressive presence of the Marrowlight than to Harker. "This ends." Perhaps it was the force of my refusal, the raw emotional energy of my acknowledged guilt. Or perhaps Eleanor, seeing her chance, did something. A lever pulled, a switch thrown in the lighthouse, ancient mechanism. The crimson beam outside faltered, sputtered, then died, plunging the lantern room into a disorienting, stormy twilight. The effect was instantaneous. Sylvie's apparition flickered, a serene expression contorting into a silent, lipless snarl of inhuman rage, before dissolving like sea foam. The psychic pressure lessened, the whispers receding. The Marrowlight, its direct line of influence, its primary lure, momentarily severed. Clem Harker, however, was beyond reason. He howled, a sound of pure, thwarted fury, and charged again. This time Eleanor was there, small but fierce, intercepting him. They grappled, a desperate, clumsy struggle. Outside, the tide, which had been surging back, seemed to hesitate. Then, with a sound like the world cracking open, a colossal wave, impossibly tall, blacker than the stormiest night, rose from the deep. It wasn't a natural wave. It was a manifestation of the Marrowlight's thwarted hunger, its immense, ancient displeasure. It crashed against the base of the lighthouse with the force of a detonating bomb. The stone tower screamed, shuddered, and tilted precariously. Water exploded through the narrow windows, drenching us in icy, stinking brine. Harker, thrown off balance, stumbled towards the open doorway. He scrabbled for purchase, his eyes wide with a sudden dawning terror as he looked out at the churning, monstrous sea. "No, not me," he whimpered. A section of the walkway outside the door collapsed into the abyss. Harker screamed, a thin, reedy sound, as he lost his footing. For a moment, he clung to the jagged edge, his fingers bloody. Then, with a final, despairing cry, he was gone, swallowed by the black, roiling water. The shepherd had become the offering. The Marrowlight, its immediate prize denied, its chosen shepherd claimed, seemed to withdraw its most intense focus. The grinding sounds from the deep lessened. The unnatural pressure in the air eased, though the sea outside remained a chaotic, churning maelstrom. Battered, soaked, and trembling, Eleanor and I clung to the shuddering structure of the lighthouse. The immediate threat had passed, but the price of refusal was clear. The balance was broken. The Marrowlight would be back, and it would be hungrier. Ashford Bay was now truly, terrifyingly alone with its ancient abyssal god. My own guilt, raw and exposed, felt like an open wound, a beacon that would surely draw its attention again. The days that followed were steeped in a stunned, fearful silence. Ashford Bay, or what was left of its spirit, seemed to hold its breath. The sea, though calmer now, felt different, watchful, brooding, its surface concealing an unslaked ancient hunger. The townsfolk, those who remained, moved like ghosts, their faces etched with a new, deeper weariness. Clem Harker's disappearance was noted with hushed whispers, his neatly kept funeral parlor standing empty, a grim monument to a broken pact. The old rituals, the furtive glances towards the sea, the carefully observed superstitions, now felt hollow, inadequate. Eleanor Rake and I were pariahs of a sort, survivors of a cataclysm that had exposed the town's rotten core. She retreated further into the stoic silence of her lighthouse vigil, her pale eyes forever scanning the horizon. The scars on her throat a stark testament to the price of living on the edge of the abyss. I knew I couldn't stay. The breach house, with its whispering floorboards and Sylvie's lingering sorrow, was no longer a potential refuge, but a constant, agonizing reminder of my failures, past and present. And I knew with a chilling certainty that the Marrowlight hadn't forgotten me. My refusal, my raw, acknowledged guilt, it had marked me, made me a beacon of a different kind. But I couldn't simply leave Ashford Bay to its fate either. My ordeal had forged a reluctant, horrified connection to this cursed place. I couldn't save them. Not truly. The Marrowlight was too vast, too ancient. But perhaps I could offer a warning, a different kind of guidance. Before I left, I took the old water-stained paper with the 3 rules. The one Eleanor had slipped under my door. I added a 4th, my own hand shaking as I wrote. If a man named Graham Teller ever returns to Ashford Bay, Know that the Marrowlight has sent him. He is no longer a refuge seeker. He is its herald, or its unwilling bait. Do not trust him. The sea has already claimed too much of his soul. I left the note where I had found it, under the door of the breach house, for whoever might be foolish or desperate enough to inherit its sorrow next. My escape from Ashford Bay was as unceremonious as my arrival, though this time the few remaining fishermen on the pier watched me with something other than stony indifference. It might have been fear, or perhaps a dawning desperate hope that my departure would appease the angered depths. I tried to resume a life, the life I had fled. But the city felt alien, its noises jarring, its concerns trivial. The sea haunted me, even miles inland. I'd wake in the night, drenched in sweat, the smell of brine and rotting kelp thick in my nostrils, Sylvie's sorrowful, accusatory whisper echoing in my ears. The guilt over her death was a constant companion, no longer deniable, but a cold, hard knot in my soul. Months later, I found myself in a different coastal city, hundreds of miles south of Maine. I'd been drawn there, I told myself, by a job offer, a chance to start over. But I knew, deep down, I was still tethered to the ocean, to the fear, to the memory of the Marrowlight. One evening, walking along a crowded boardwalk, the cheerful sounds of families and amusement park rides grating on my nerves, I saw it. A small handwritten notice tacked to a weathered piling, almost hidden from view. The paper was old, salt-stained, the handwriting spidery and familiar. It listed 3 rules. They were different from Ashford's, specific to this new coastline, this new stretch of hungry water. But the intent, the chilling implication was the same. My blood ran cold. It wasn't just Ashford. It was everywhere. The compacts were everywhere. The deep trenches, the ancient things that slept within them. Their hunger was eternal, their reach far wider than one forgotten Maine village. I looked out at the darkening ocean, the waves crashing rhythmically against the shore. A lighthouse beam, miles out, swept across the water. For a horrifying, heart-stopping instant, it flashed a deep, familiar blood red. The tide was always turning, and the watch, it seemed, was now mine. I was no longer just a survivor. I was a reluctant prophet, a Cassandra of the coming abyssal age, forever marked, forever listening for the whispers from the deep. Ashford Bay holds its secrets tight, guarded by rules, etched in salt and blood. Graham Teller learned that some deaths are not an ending but a beginning. The rules were a desperate shield against a horror waiting in the deep. The Marrowlight is contained, for now. Seriously, if you didn't stay until the very end, you missed the ultimate revelation, the twist that reveals the true, terrifying scope of Ashford Bay's reach. The last few moments change everything. What do you think the Marrowlight is? What was Clem Harker's true role? Share your theories in the comments below. And if you made it through the long fog, if Ashford Bay hasn't claimed you, then you're already a part of our story. Subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules, because some places, they never truly let you go. And the tide, it always returns. They say the circus is a place of wonders. They lie. Welcome to Cirque Nocturne, a traveling show pitched on the edge of a ghost town, where the performers aren't just unusual, they're hungry. My name is Jonas Ride, a man running from fire, and I came here seeking obscurity, seeking oblivion. Instead, I found myself in a place that demanded 3 strange rules just to stay alive. What's the creepiest circus or carnival you've ever seen? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to join the crew for the season, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because under this big top, the show must always go on, and the audience is always watching. The performance begins now. The offer for Cirque Nocturne arrived with the first killing frost of an Alaskan autumn. I wasn't supposed to survive, promising obscurity and honest labor. It delivered a horror show penned in blood, and permafrost. I'd been adrift for 6 months, a ghost haunting the grimy underbelly of Anchorage, ever since the Milligan warehouse fire had claimed my partner, Danny, and seared my own name onto the department's list of liabilities. The official report cited faulty wiring, an unavoidable tragedy, but Danny's last choked scream, the image of his silhouette consumed by an inferno I should have been able to navigate, the suffocating smell of burning chemicals and his melting gear. Those were the unofficial reports that played on a continuous, tormenting loop in my head. I was a firefighter who couldn't stand the sight of flames anymore, a man running from the smoke of his own failures. So when the vaguely worded advertisement for Winter Crew, remote touring show, all skills considered, appeared on a grimy job board in a half-empty diner, I latched onto it like a drowning man to a piece of driftwood. The pay was negligible, the details scant, but the location, vicinity of Coldwater, interior Alaska, promised the kind of profound, isolating emptiness I craved. Coldwater, a name like a forgotten headstone, a place deliberately erased from modern maps after a series of unexplained disappearances and rumored madness had emptied it decades ago. Perfect. The journey was a descent into an ever bleaker wilderness, a series of rattling bush plains, and then a final bone-jarring ride in the back of an ancient canvas-covered truck, driven by a man whose face I never clearly saw, his words sparse grunts over the engine's roar. We arrived at the Circus encampment as a bruised twilight led across the vast, snow-dusted tundra. It was less a camp, more a collection of dark, ancient-looking wooden wagons, their paint faded and peeling, and a massive patched canvas big top, its peaks like a row of jagged teeth against the bruised sky. They were all hunched together for warmth, or perhaps for protection, on the very edge of the silent skeletal remains of Coldwater, its ruined cabins like hollow eye sockets staring out at us. The air was biting, sharp with the scent of pine, frozen earth, wood smoke, and something else, a faint, coppery, unsettlingly sweet tang that I couldn't quite place. A woman emerged from the largest, most ornate wagon, the one that proclaimed the Bureau du Directeur in faded gold lettering. Vivian Cross. She was an anomaly in this desolate landscape. Her beauty striking, almost preternatural, her tailored, dark velvet coat out of place against the rough-hewn backdrop. Her smile was warm, her voice a soothing melodic balm that seemed to smooth the ragged edges of the biting wind. Mr. Reed, I presume? Welcome to Cirque Nocturne. We're so pleased you could join us for the season. She handed me a thick, sealed manila envelope and a small, intricately carved wooden charm, shaped like a stylized closed eye, strung on a worn leather thong. Your employment package, Mr. Reed, she said, her smile unwavering. The charm is mandatory for staff cohesion and general well-being. Later, in the cramped, frigid bunk of the wagon assigned to me, I opened the envelope. The contract was brief, its terms vague, the pay even more meager than I'd anticipated. Beneath it, on a separate sheet of thick, slightly yellowed paper, typed with an old-fashioned serif font, were 3 directives. Their stark, almost biblical pronouncements were a jarring contrast to Vivian Cross's professional, almost saccharine demeanor. Never enter any cage or enclosure alone. Even if you hear someone calling for help, what mimics human voices hasn't been human for centuries. It learns. Always wear the charm necklace provided, especially during the midnight show. The performers can smell the difference between staff and food. The charm masks your fear, mostly. If you ever see the contortionist fold herself into something geometrically impossible, do not gasp or show any reaction. Acknowledging the impossibility makes you visible to what helps her bend that way. It craves witness. I read them again, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. This wasn't just a job. This was something else entirely. As I reluctantly slipped the wooden charm over my head, I felt a faint, almost imperceptible vibration from it, like a trapped insect. For a fleeting second, that coppery sweet smell in the air intensified, and I thought I heard a distant rhythmic thudding, like a giant, muffled heartbeat from deep beneath the frozen Alaskan ground. The work at Cirque Nocturne began before the first pale light of the Alaskan dawn. It was grueling, mind-numbing, and achingly cold, hauling frozen, unidentifiable crates from the supply wagons, mending tears in the vast, stiff canvas of the big top with thick waxed thread that bit into my numb fingers, and most unsettlingly, mucking out a series of empty, heavily barred animal enclosures behind the main tent. They were clearly old, the wood dark and splintered, the iron rusted. There were no animals, not that I ever saw, but the enclosures reeked of an unfamiliar, pungent musk of old fear, and that persistent, faint coppery tang, stronger here. The other circus hands, a collection of silent, watchful figures with faces like wind-scoured granite, moved like ghosts, their eyes rarely meeting mine, their words, when they spoke at all, monosyllabic grunts. It was during my second day, while wrestling with a frozen tarpaulin, that I met Harper Vale. She was another recent hire, she said, ostensibly a general assistant, though she moved with a quiet competence that suggested more than just a passing acquaintance with the rigors of a traveling show. She was small, wiry, with observant dark eyes that seemed to miss nothing, and an air of weary resilience that I recognized perhaps in myself. We didn't talk much, but an unspoken alliance formed, a shared understanding of our outsider status in this strange, insular world. She, too, wore the carved wooden charm, never taking it off. The first rule was tested on the third night. I was tasked with securing the latches on that row of empty, shadowed cages, the wind howling a mournful dirge through their bars. From the deepest, darkest enclosure, the one that always seemed to exude a particularly potent chill, I heard it, a faint, desperate whimpering, like a lost child. Then a voice, choked with tears, heartbreakingly young. "Jonas, is that you, Jonas? Help me, please. I'm stuck in here." It sounded like a girl, terrified, alone. My heart, already bruised by past failures, clenched. I took a step towards the cage, peering into its oppressive, Stygian darkness. "Don't." Harper's voice, low and urgent, came from behind me. Her hand, surprisingly strong, gripped my arm. Her face, in the flickering light of my lantern, was pale, her eyes wide with a genuine fear that mirrored my own dawning horror. "It's not real, Jonas. It learns voices. From the wind, from old newspapers, from memories it plucks from the air. It's not real." As she spoke, the whimpering from the cage intensified, then, chillingly, it morphed, deepening into a low, guttural, almost predatory chuckle that was utterly terrifyingly inhuman. I stumbled back, the sound raising the hairs on my neck. That night, Vivian Cross, her smile as serene and unsettling as ever, instructed me to remain in my staff wagon during the midnight show. "The charm," she reminded me, her voice a silken murmur, "must be securely fastened. It's a private performance, Mr. Reed." The rhythmic thudding I'd heard on my first night was more pronounced now, a deep, resonant pulse that seemed to vibrate up from the permafrost itself. Wrapped in every layer I owned, I crept towards the big top, the canvas groaning under the assault of the wind. I found a small, well-hidden tier near the back, a spy hole into the spectacle within. What I saw was a grotesque parody of a circus. The ring was lit by flickering, strangely colored gas lamps that cast long, dancing shadows. The music, if you could call it that, was a discordant wail from an unseen calliope, punctuated by those deep, unsettling drums. their rhythm like a monstrous off-kilter heartbeat. And the performers, they were wrong. Horribly, fascinatingly wrong. Shapes that defied anatomy, moving with an unnatural fluid grace, or a horrifying, broken doll jerkiness. There were things that shambled, things that slithered, things that seemed to be made more of shadow and suggestion than solid flesh. I saw no audience in the tiered wooden stands, only row upon row of empty shadowed seats. Yet a palpable wave of cold, expectant presence emanated from those darkened stands, a collective unseen gaze that made my skin crawl. The wooden charm necklace suddenly felt intensely warm against my chest, almost burning. It was then I glimpsed him at the center of it all. The ringmaster, Malcolm Dyer, as I had learned his name was from a faded poster. He was a tall, gaunt figure in a threadbare, deep crimson velvet coat and a battered top hat that always seemed to cast his eyes in impenetrable shadow. His voice, amplified by some unseen means, boomed through the big top with an unnatural hypnotic resonance, each word perfectly enunciated, like an actor in a grand, macabre play. And now, mesdames et messieurs, et autres intelligences, he declared, his unseen gaze sweeping the empty stands. For your delectation and terror, we present the incomparable Lysandra, weaver of forms. The image of the midnight show, its grotesque performers and the unseen, watching intelligences, burrowed deep into my already troubled sleep. The coppery sweet tang that permeated the circus grounds, which I now recognized with a sickening certainty as the scent of old blood mixed with something else, something metallic and alien, seemed to cling to the inside of my nostrils, a constant reminder of what I had witnessed. I started paying more attention to Cliff Remington, the gaunt, perpetually exhausted-looking sound engineer. He was a fixture in a small, cluttered wagon, overflowing with archaic-looking audio equipment, reel-to-reel tape machines, oscillators with glowing vacuum tubes, and a massive, custom-built soundboard covered in a bewildering array of dials. He always wore a pair of oversized, heavily padded headphones, even when not actively working, and was constantly scribbling in a dog-eared notebook filled with strange symbols, complex waveform drawings, and what looked like attempts to transcribe an unearthly language. He'd mutter to himself about subharmonics, residual psychic resonances, and frequencies only they can truly appreciate. He smelled of ozone, hot solder, and old, dusty paper. He seemed less a technician, more a seismographer of the damned. The second rule, the one about the charm necklace, was nearly violated a few nights later. I'd been working late, repairing a section of collapsed fencing around the perimeter, my mind preoccupied with the gnawing anxieties of this place. I'd returned to my wagon, shed my outer layers, and was about to collapse onto my narrow bunk when a runner summoned me. The ringmaster required some urgent adjustment to a rigging line in the big top. In my haste and exhaustion, I forgot. The charm necklace lay on my small rickety table. As I approached the big top, its canvas walls seeming to breathe in the icy wind, I felt it. A sudden intense wave of awareness, not from any human source. One of the performers, a towering, shadowy figure, with far too many joints and limbs that bent at impossible angles, was being led from a side tent towards the main entrance by two silent, cloaked handlers. As I drew nearer, its unseen face, a mere suggestion of coalesced shadow, swiveled directly towards me from across the snow-swept, lantern-lit lot. A low, guttural growl, like stones grinding together deep underground, rumbled from its direction. I felt a wave of pure, predatory hunger, a cold, focused intent wash over me. My blood turned to ice. Then I remembered. The charm. Frantically, I fumbled in my pockets, then realized my error. I spun, ready to bolt back to my wagon, but the shadowy figure was already moving, detaching itself from its handlers, its unnatural limbs unfolding with horrifying speed. Just as I thought it would lunge, a sharp cry from one of the handlers, and a snapped command. I didn't understand, seemed to give it pause. I didn't wait. I fled, my heart hammering, back to my wagon, snatched the charm, and jammed it over my head. When I dared to look back, the figure was being forcibly restrained, but its shadowed face was still fixed on where I had stood. The air still crackled with its thwarted, terrifying interest. The charm felt like a lead weight around my neck. My encounters with Lysandra, the contortionist, became more frequent. I'd see her practicing in a dimly lit side tent, usually alone, her slender form moving with a mesmerizing, almost serpentine fluidity. She was beautiful, in a stark, otherworldly way, her features sharp, her eyes large and dark, and holding a profound, unsettling stillness. Her initial movements were those of a highly skilled acrobat, pushing the boundaries of human flexibility. But then, as if some invisible switch were flipped, she would begin to change. Her limbs would bend at angles that defied bone and sinew, her spine curving like a willow branch in a gale, her joints seeming to dislocate and relocate with an oily, silent precision. I'd watch, a horrified fascination warring with a primal urge to look away. One evening, concealed by the shadows of a stack of crates, I witnessed the full extent of her art. Lysandra suddenly twisted, her torso rotating a full 360 degrees, while her legs remained rooted to the ground. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, her head lolled backwards, impossibly far, until it touched her own spine, her body forming a perfect, horrifying circle of flesh and bone, an Ouroboros of human form, a shape that had no right to exist, a living violation of geometry. An involuntary gasp escaped my lips, a tiny sound of shock and profound disbelief. Lysandra's head, still in that impossible position, snapped up, her eyes, unnaturally wide and luminous in the dim, flickering lamplight, fixed directly on me. And for a terrifying, stomach-churning instant, I saw something behind her eyes, something that wasn't Lysandra at all. A flicker of ancient, complex, geometric intelligence, cold and vast and utterly alien. The wooden charm necklace seared against my skin. A sudden, intense burn. I recoiled, forcing myself to look away, my heart pounding, the image of that impossible fold, and the ancient eyes within, seared into my brain. Later that night, Harper found me outside my wagon, staring blankly at the swirling snow. Her face was pale, her usual composure shaken. "You saw Lysandra's full performance, didn't you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, her breath misting in the frigid air. "The impossible fold." I nodded, unable to speak. "The thing that helps her bend that way," Harper continued, her eyes dark with a fear I now shared. "It saw you too, Jonas. It saw your reaction. It remembers faces that acknowledge its work." The feeling of being watched became a constant, unwelcome companion. It wasn't just the silent, assessing gazes of the other circus folk, or the chilling awareness of Lysandra's helper. It was something else, something older, woven into the very fabric of this frozen, forgotten place. Coldwater itself, with its skeletal, snow-filled cabins and wind-scoured graveyard, seemed to emanate a profound, sorrowful malevolence. I found a crate of rotting archives in one of the less dilapidated wagons. Old, faded newspaper clippings from the late 19th century, detailing Coldwater's brief, prosperous gold rush past, then its sudden, inexplicable decline. The later articles were filled with hushed whispers of mass hysteria, strange lights seen dancing over the tundra, entire families vanishing from locked cabins, People simply walking out into the endless snowy wastes and never returning. The final brittle clipping, dated 1898, simply stated, Coldwater officially declared unpopulated. Reasons unknown. Area best avoided. Vivienne Cross, her beauty a stark, almost offensive contrast to the surrounding decay, began to seek me out more frequently. Her demeanor was always solicitous, her voice a silken caress. She'd appear at my wagon with a flask of surprisingly good hot coffee, or find me during a solitary work detail. Her questions about my past, my firefighter experiences, my lingering grief over Danny, becoming more probing, more intimate. She spoke of loneliness, of finding a true family within the unique embrace of Circus Nocturne. Her perfume, an exotic, cloying blend of night-blooming flowers, and something vaguely metallic, seemed to linger in the frigid air long after she departed, making my head feel fuzzy, my will strangely pliant. I felt a disturbing compulsion to confide in her, to unburden myself, yet a deeper, colder instinct screamed at me to resist, to keep my ghosts locked away. Cliff Remington, the sound engineer, was visibly deteriorating. His gaunt frame seemed even more skeletal, his eyes sunk deep in shadowed sockets, burning with a feverish, obsessive light. He claimed the frequencies were getting stronger, clearer. I can almost understand their language now, Jonas, he'd rasped, his voice hoarse from disuse or from whispering to unseen things. The audience below, they're anticipating. They're calling for something. He started making increasingly erratic modifications to the Circus Maine sound system, a monstrous assemblage of brass horns, resonating chambers, and what looked like repurposed telegraph equipment, muttering about amplifying the true signal, about opening the channel fully. Harper Vale, in contrast, grew more withdrawn, but also more intense. Her quiet observations now tinged with a grim urgency. She began sharing cryptic warnings with me, always in hushed tones, when we were sure no one else was near. She spoke of the circus' true purpose, not as entertainment, but as a harvest. She hinted at cycles, at offerings that went beyond midnight shows. She finally revealed a closely guarded secret. She had grown up in a remote village not far from where Coldwater once stood. Her family, she said, her voice barely a whisper, her eyes dark with ancestral memory. They knew the old stories, the ones the miners ignored. They tried to warn people about this place, about what sleeps beneath the ice. One particularly brutal night, when the temperature had plunged and the wind howled like a banshee, Harper led me to her small, meticulously neat wagon. From a hidden compartment beneath her bunk, she retrieved a worn leather satchel. Inside were old, hand-stitched journals filled with an archaic script, a collection of strange, hand-carved bone and antler totems, and most disturbingly, a set of razor-sharp obsidian-bladed knives, their edges gleaming dully in the lantern light. This circus, Jonas, she said, her voice tight with a controlled fury that surprised me. It's a blight, a recurring sickness. It feeds on places like Coldwater, on the memories, on the despair, and then it moves on, leaving desolation. My family, they were keepers of a different kind of compact, a promise made long ago to unmake it, to silence the drums for good. A horrifying, vivid nightmare jolted me awake later that night, the coppery scent of blood, thick and cloying in my own wagon. It wasn't fire this time. I was trapped, helpless, inside one of those dark, empty cages, from the impenetrable blackness beyond the bars. I heard Danny's voice, desperate, pleading for help. Then, his voice morphed, deepening into the ringmaster's booming, theatrical laugh, which in turn dissolved into a chilling, inhuman, chittering sound, like 1,000 insects scuttling over dry bones. I woke up clawing at my throat, the wooden charm necklace clutched so tightly in my hand its edges dug into my palm. The thudding from beneath the earth seemed louder tonight, more insistent, and the air in my wagon was undeniably, sickeningly sweet with the smell of fresh blood. The announcement, when it came, was delivered by the ringmaster himself, his voice, amplified by some unseen sorcery, booming across the desolate, snow-swept encampment. Prepare yourselves for the culmination of our winter revels, the Grand Solstice Gala, a night of unparalleled wonders, of exquisite terrors, where the veil between worlds grows thin, and the true artistry of Cirque Nocturne shall be fully revealed. A palpable shift occurred within the circus. The already charged atmosphere thickened, thrumming with a nervous, almost ecstatic energy. The unseen audience below, I could feel it, was stirring, its collective, ancient consciousness thrumming with a terrible, joyous anticipation. The rhythmic thudding from beneath the permafrost became a constant, visceral pulse, a heartbeat counting down to some unspeakable consummation. Vivian and Cross, her beauty now taking on a feverish, almost predatory sheen, made her final, insidious move on me. She sought me out in the dim, flickering light of the mess tent, her voice a silken web of promises. "Eunice," she murmured, her hand resting on my arm, her touch sending an unnatural, cloying warmth through my layers of clothing. "You've become one of us, haven't you? You understand the unique beauty of this place, the family we offer." She spoke of belonging, of an end to my pain, my guilt, my loneliness. "The ringmaster," she purred, her eyes holding mine with hypnotic intensity. "He has a special role for you in the gala, Jonas. A starring role, a final absolution, but it requires complete trust. He asks that you remove your charm necklace during the performance, as a sign of your commitment, your true initiation." Her perfume, that exotic heady blend, seemed to fill my lungs, dulling my senses, making her words sound like the sweetest, most reasonable anachronisms. But Harper's desperate urgency had become a countermelody to Vivian's siren song. And she cornered me near the silent, skeletal remains of cold water, the wind whipping her dark hair across her pale, determined face. "The Solstice Gala, Jonas," she hissed, her eyes burning with a fanatic light. "It's when it is most focused, when the audience below is most open, most vulnerable. My family's journals speak of it. It's the night for the unbinding." She revealed her full, terrifying plan. To use the heightened energy of the gala, the direct conduit to the entity beneath, to perform a counter-ritual, a blood unbinding designed to sever the ancient ties, to silence the drums, to destroy Cirque Nocturne and the parasitic intelligence it served. But the ritual, she continued, her gaze unwavering, it requires a willing conduit, someone connected to the circus's recent energy, someone who still carries the scent of the outside world, its disbelief, its sorrow, someone to channel the disruptive force, to be the fulcrum. Her eyes fixed on mine. "It has to be you, Jonas. The journals are clear. You have to break a rule. The first rule. During the gala, when the call is strongest, you have to willingly step into the cage of echoes. Alone." My blood ran cold. The cage of echoes, the one from which the mimicry was strongest, the one that reeked most intensely of fear, and that coppery, alien scent. Cliff Remington, meanwhile, had descended into a state of near catatonia, broken by fits of frantic activity at his monstrous soundboard. He was a wraith, his eyes like burnt holes in a parchment face, muttering about perfect resonance. The final frequency, the true voice of the understage. He jury-rigged additional speakers, massive brass horns, salvaged from God knows where, aiming them not at the empty stands, but downwards, towards the frozen earth beneath the big top. The night of the gala arrived with an unearthly stillness. The wind died. The snow stopped. An oppressive silence blanketed the tundra, broken only by the deep rhythmic thudding from below. As the grotesque overture began, a cacophony of discordant brass, and those hellish drums. Cliff Remington, his face a mask of ecstatic terror, threw a master switch. Instead of music, a deafening, mind-shattering wave of subharmonic sound erupted from his modified system. A sound that wasn't heard so much as felt. A physical pressure that vibrated bones, rattled teeth, and clawed at the sanity. It was a direct, amplified call from, or to, the audience below. The frozen ground beneath the big top trembled violently. The performers on stage went into a berserk, shrieking frenzy. In the ensuing chaos, Vivian Cross, her beautiful face contorted into a mask of predatory triumph, grabbed my arm, her grip like steel. "Now, Jonas," she screamed over the sonic assault. "Your time has come. The ringmaster awaits. You were chosen." A perfect vessel of grief and fear for the grand finale. She dragged me towards the main stage, where the ringmaster stood, his arms outstretched, his shadowed face tilted towards the shrieking chaos. His eyes, for the first time, were clearly visible, and they were not human. They glowed with a faint, internal crimson light. His form seemed to flicker, to shimmer, and for a horrifying instant, I saw glimpses of something else clinging to him. Something ancient and chitinous and parasitic, its tendrils woven through his flesh, his voice no longer his own, but a horrifying chorus of whispers, 1,000 dying breaths. He was no longer Malcolm Dyer. He was a living gateway. Harper was there too, near the Cage of Echoes, her obsidian knives glinting in the hellish light, her face a mask of desperate ritualistic concentration, chanting words in a language that clawed at my ears. She gestated towards the cage, her eyes locking with mine, pleading, demanding. I was trapped, Vivian's iron grip pulling me towards the monstrous ringmaster, Harper's desperate ritual demanding I step into the cage, the grotesque performers closing in, their forms warping and shifting in the sonic onslaught, and the terrifying, tangible presence of the audience below, surging up from the violated earth. Fire, ice, and a symphony of damnation. My past, my present, my potential, horrifying future, all converging in this single blood-soaked, screaming moment. The big top was a vortex of sonic and psychic carnage. Cliff Remington's amplified call had ripped a wound in the fabric of reality, and through it, the raw, unfiltered malevolence of the audience below was pouring. A palpable tide of ancient hunger and icy dread. The grotesque performers were no longer performing. They were writhing, shrieking, some dissolving into puddles of Icarus slime, others mutating into even more horrifying configurations, their forms dictated by the abyssal frequencies. Vivienne Cross, her beautiful features now contorted into a rictus of insane ecstasy, dragged me inexorably towards the ringmaster. "Embrace it, Jonas," she screamed, her voice a shrill counterpoint to the subharmonic roar. "Become part of the eternal performance. Your pain will be our masterpiece." But Harper's ritual, her desperate blood, unbinding, was also reaching its crescendo. She stood before the Cage of Echoes, her obsidian knives flashing, carving frantic, archaic symbols into her own forearms, her blood dark in the flickering, hellish light, spattering the frozen ground. Her chant intensified, a raw guttural invocation that seemed to push back, however feebly, against the overwhelming tide of the audience below. The ringmaster, or the parasitic entity wearing his skin, turned its glowing crimson gaze upon me. A wave of utter desolation, of soul-crushing despair, washed over me. Danny's dying screams, the weight of the collapsed roof, the smell of my own burning flesh, all amplified, all twisted into an unbearable symphony of my deepest failures. Your guilt is exquisite, Jonas Reed. The chorus of whispers that was its voice echoed directly in my mind. A perfect offering, a vibrant new thread in our tapestry. It was then, in that vortex of terror and despair, that something snapped. Not my sanity, but a different kind of tether. The years of buried grief, of self-loathing, of running. They coalesced into a single, white-hot point of defiance. This wasn't absolution. This was annihilation. No, the word was torn from my throat. A raw, desperate roar that was mine alone. I wrenched my arm from Vivian's grasp with a strength I didn't know I possessed. She stumbled, her perfect mask cracking with surprise, then rage. But before she could recover, one of the larger, more amorphous performers, its form a shifting mass of tentacles and weeping eyes, convulsed under the sonic assault and crashed into her, dragging her down into a writhing, shrieking heap. Her final scream was abruptly cut short, a sound swallowed by the abyss. I didn't hesitate. I ran, not towards the ringmaster, but towards Harper, towards the cage of echoes. She saw me coming, her blood-streaked face a mask of desperate hope. Now, Jonas. The first rule, break it willingly. Become the anchor for the unbinding. The cage of echoes pulsed with an inner darkness, the coppery scent of blood and alien musk overwhelmingly strong. From within its Stygian depths, I heard it. Danny's voice, clear and terrified. Jonas, help me. I'm in here. Don't leave me again. My firefighter's instinct, my deepest, most ingrained programming, screamed at me to go in, to save it. But this time I knew. It wasn't Danny. It was the echo. It was the hunger. But Harper's ritual. It needed the rule broken. It needed that connection. With a guttural cry, I ripped the wooden charm necklace from my throat. The sudden absence of its familiar weight, its subtle thrum, was like a physical blow. The air crackled. The predatory attention of everything in that tent, seen and unseen, snapped towards me with palpable force. I was exposed. Raw. Food. I didn't enter the cage. Instead, I hurled the charm, my only protection, into the cage of echoes. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. The moment the charm crossed the threshold of the cage, it exploded in a flash of searing white light and a concussive blast of pure, unadulterated silence. A void where the subharmonic roar had been. The mimicry within the cage shrieked, a sound that tore at the very fabric of the air, then was abruptly cut off. Harper's ritual, denied its intended conduit but supercharged by the charm's sacrifice, went wild. The obsidian knives in our hands glowed with an internal silver fire. The symbols she'd carved into her arms blazed. A shockwave of power erupted from her, not of sound, but of pure, untamed, elemental energy. The ringmaster, its parasitic form flickering violently, let out an ear-splitting, multi-toned screech of agony and rage. The audience below recoiled, a psychic wave of immense, frustrated hunger. The big top groaned, its canvas walls ripping, its massive support poles splintering. The ground bucked. Then chaos. Dawn broke over a scene of unimaginable devastation. The great canvas of the Cirque Nocturne, Big Top, lay in tatters, a collapsed, smoldering ruin against the blood-streaked snow. The ornate wagons were splintered, overturned, some still burning with an unnatural cold green fire. The air reeked of ozone, burnt flesh, both human and otherwise, and that lingering coppery sweet tang of the abyss. The rhythmic thudding from beneath the permafrost had ceased. For now, I was alive. Somehow. Bruised, battered, my ears ringing, but alive. My sacrifice of the charm, that desperate, improvised act of defiance, had somehow disrupted the unholy symphony, turned Harper's unbinding ritual into a chaotic, uncontrolled explosion of energies that had, it seemed, driven back the audience below, or at least severed its most immediate connection. Harper was gone, vanished, whether consumed by her own ritual or taken by the retreating entity, or simply escaped into the vast, indifferent Alaskan wilderness. I didn't know. All that remained where she had stood was a scorched patch of earth, and one of her obsidian knives, its blade still faintly warm to the touch. Vivian Cross was a grotesque, mangled heap amidst the wreckage, her perfect beauty shattered, her form partially merged with the remains of the amorphous performer that had dragged her down. A fitting, if horrifying, end for the gatekeeper of souls. The ringmaster, Malcolm Dyer, was also gone. Or rather, the human husk was there, slumped near the ruined main stage, his crimson coat torn, his top hat lying in the blood-stained snow. But the parasitic entity, the conduit for the audience below, had retreated, leaving behind only an empty, shrunken shell, its eyes vacant, its face frozen in a silent, eternal scream. Coldwater, the ghost town, watched silently from the edge of the carnage, its skeletal cabins indifferent to the horrors that had unfolded. I was alone, the sole human survivor of Cirque Nocturne's final, disastrous performance. The days that followed were a blur of exhaustion, pain, and a gnawing, hollow emptiness. I salvaged what I could, a few rations, a tattered blanket, the ringmaster's surprisingly intact top hat. For reasons I couldn't quite articulate, the silence of the Alaskan wilderness, once a desired escape, was now a heavy, listening presence, pregnant with the memory of inhuman sounds and unspeakable horrors. Eventually, I started walking south, away from the charnel ground of the circus, away from the silent accusation of Coldwater. It took weeks of trudging through snow, of near starvation, of warding off predators, both animal and, I sometimes feared, otherwise. The memory of the fire that killed Danny, the guilt that had driven me here, was still present, but it was different, overshadowed perhaps by a newer, colder, more profound terror. I made it back to something resembling civilization, a remote logging outpost, then a small town, then finally, Anchorage. I never spoke of Cirque Nocturne, of Coldwater, of the rules. Who would believe me? They'd lock me away. I tried to build a life, found work on a fishing boat, the vastness of the ocean a different kind of isolation, but one that felt cleaner, somehow. The nightmares persisted, of course. Impossible geometries, inhuman voices, the scent of blood and ozone. But they were fainter now, the edges blurred by time and distance. Years later, I was in a bar in a fog-bound Oregon coastal town, a lifetime away from Alaska. An old, grizzled fisherman was spinning a yarn to a handful of bored tourists, something about a legendary traveling circus that appeared in remote, forgotten places, a circus that performed only at midnight, a circus with performers who weren't quite right. He called it Le Cirque des Ombres, the Circus of Shadows. My blood ran cold. He mentioned a recent sighting, he said, from a trapper friend, deep in the unmapped wilderness of the Yukon. They were setting up, he claimed, near an old abandoned mining town. A town with a name that echoed in the deepest, most fearful chambers of my memory. A town called Frostbite Creek. Later that night, I found a small, anonymously mailed package waiting for me at my cheap motel. No return address. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded black velvet, was a single, exquisitely carved wooden charm, shaped like a stylized, closed eye, identical to the one I had hurled into the cage of echoes, and beneath it, a small, elegantly printed ticket stub. Cirque Nocturne, Grand Reopening Gala. Frostbite Creek, Yukon Territory, midnight performance. Your presence is expected. The faint, rhythmic thudding like a giant heartbeat from beneath the earth, seemed to echo in the silence of my room, carried on the mournful Oregon wind. The show, it seemed, must always go on. And perhaps they were still looking for a ringmaster. Mean Cirque Nocturne is a blight, a moving stain on the world. Jonas Reed learned that some performances come with a terrifying price. The rules were meant to hide the horror, but the audience below is always hungry. The show may be over for now. Seriously, if you didn't stay until the very end, you missed the ultimate revelation, the twist that reveals the true, terrifying scope of Cirque Nocturne's reach. The last few moments change everything. What do you think the audience below is? What was the ringmaster's true nature? Share your theories in the comments below. And if you made it through the night at Cirque Nocturne, if the performers haven't claimed you, then you're already a part of our troupe. Subscribe tonight, Creepypasta Rules, because some tickets are non-transferable, and the show is always coming to a town near you. Some holes in the earth lead to places that should never be found. Welcome to Black Hollow Mine, a scar on the West Virginia mountains. A place where the night shift isn't just a job, it's a vigil. My name is Garrett Miles, and I came here seeking silence, a place to escape my past. Instead, I was given 3 strange rules just to stay alive. What's the creepiest place you've ever been alone at night? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to step into the darkness of Black Hollow, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because down here, the silence isn't empty, it sings. The shift begins now. The road to Black Hollow wasn't on any map that valued sanity. It was a jagged tear in the ancient, wrinkled skin of the Appalachians, a path that whispered of places best left undisturbed. My truck, a relic like its driver, juddered over unseen ruts, each lurch a physical punctuation to the litany of failures replaying in my head. The forest pressed close, a dense black-green tapestry that swallowed the fading daylight, leaving only the encroaching gloom. Even the air felt different here, heavy, carrying the scent of perpetual damp, of leaf rot from 1,000 seasons. And beneath it all, a faint, acrid tang. Coal dust, yes, but something else too, something metallic and bitter, like a secret kept too long underground. It was the taste of regret, stale and suffocating. My name is Garrett Miles, though some days even that feels like a borrowed identity. A worn-out coat I can't quite shed. I was running, not from Canyon, but from the echoing silences where memories took root and festered. The specific silence after the churning gray Atlantic had reclaimed what I'd sworn to protect. The silence where a child's unheard, unheeded cry became the soundtrack to my waking nightmares. Post-traumatic stress, they called it. A neat label for the chaotic, invisible shrapnel lodged in my soul. This job, night watchman at a derelict coal mine, a place already dead and buried, was supposed to be an anesthetic, solitude, an echoing quiet where the only demons were supposed to be the ones I'd chauffeured in myself. A place I'd irrationally hoped, where my failures couldn't hurt anyone new. Black Hollow Mine materialized from the fog-laced twilight more like a geologic extrusion of sorrow than a man-made structure. Skeletal headframes, rusted veins against a bruised sky, clawed, dagging buildings, their windows like vacant eyes, wept creosote tears. It was a monument to forgotten toil and sudden, silent disaster. A single, anemic halogen lamp, buzzing like a trapped insect, cast a jaundiced glow over a surprisingly intact security shack near a sagging chain-link fence. My new vigil station. As I cut the engine, the silence that rushed in was profound, almost a physical pressure. Then, a figure detached itself from the Stygian shadows clinging to the shack's far side, moving with an unsettling economy of motion. that didn't stir the damp leaves. Lester Boone. His voice over the phone had been a dry whisper, like stones shifting in a barren creek bed. In person, it was no different. Mr. Miles, it wasn't a question. His eyes, the color of a winter sky just before a blizzard, seemed to drink the last dregs of light and reflect nothing. He was thin, almost cadaverous, his skin stretched taut over sharp cheekbones, the color of old parchment. He didn't offer a hand. Place has a way of settling in on a man. Best get used to her moods. Hair. He referred to the mind as if it were a truculent, slumbering beast. He produced a ring of keys. The metal, dark and cold, their faint clinking absorbed instantly by the oppressive quiet. Shack's got what you need. Heat, a chair. Radio might reach the county on a clear night, but help ain't exactly next door. He gestured vaguely toward the gaping maw of the main adit, a blacker hole in the already deepening darkness. Your job's to keep out the curious, vandals, kids thinking it's a dare. Hemlock Realty wants a warm body on site. The abilities, you understand. His lips barely moved, and his gaze never quite settled on me, always slightly past, as if watching something over my shoulder. There was a stillness to him, an unnatural calm that felt older than the mountain. The inside of the shack reeked of mildew, stale cigarette smoke, and that same faint, unsettling metallic tang I'd tasted in the air, stronger here, like an old, unwashed wound. A battered desk, a swiveling chair with a tear-leaking yellowed foam, a logbook. Its previous entries were terse, almost fearful, filled with long gaps. As I set down my thermos, the floorboards creaking beneath my boots like arthritic joints, I saw it, tucked beneath the cracked plastic desk blotter, a single sheet of cheap, ruled paper, creased and yellow with age, as if it had been there for generations. The handwriting was spidery, panicked, dug into the paper, rather than written on it. 3 rules. My heart, a sluggish, heavy thing moments before, gave a painful lurch. 1. Never shine your flashlight down Tunnel 7. Something down there doesn't like the light. A cold sweat broke on my palms. Tunnel 7. The name itself felt like a shard of ice. Boone had meticulously avoided mentioning any specific tunnels. It felt deliberate. I could almost feel the oppressive weight of uncounted tons of rock above that particular unseen passage. 2. When you hear children singing Ring Around the Rosie echoing from the depths, evacuate immediately and don't return for 48 hours. Children singing. The floor seemed to tilt. The scent of salt and diesel filled my nostrils. A phantom trace from that gray, churning water. My breath hitched. This wasn't a prank. The careful, almost ritualistic phrasing, the specificity of the song. It resonated with a primal dread, a childhood fear made real. 3. When all the mine rats start running toward the surface, follow them immediately. Something worse is coming. My hand trembled as I held the paper. The ink seemed to bleed into the yellow, the words almost writhing under the weak light bulb. I looked up, half expecting Boone to be standing there, a grim smile on his face. But the shack was empty. The sound of his ancient truck had long since faded, swallowed by the indifferent forest. I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. Outside, the wind began its nightly lament, a low, mournful moan through the decaying structures. But this time, it wasn't just wind. Woven into it were other sounds, or the impressions of sounds. A dragging, a faint, rhythmic scraping from somewhere deep within the earth, and a sigh, so faint it could have been the mountain itself exhaling. The rules, the silence, the oppressive presence of this place. This wasn't a job. It was a sentence, and the first long, suffocating hour had only just begun. The first few nights were a masterclass in self-deception. I patrolled the perimeter, the beam of my heavy-duty flashlight, cutting a nervous swathe through the inky blackness, a fragile shield against the suffocating dark. Each snap of a twig, each rustle in the undergrowth, I attributed to mundane creatures of the night. The groaning of settling timbers, the drip of water in some forgotten passage, merely the mind breathing, I told myself. But the weight of the place, the sheer, palpable age of the silence within its depths, was a constant, cold pressure against my sanity. Tunnel 7. It was marked on a faded, cellophane-covered map tacked to the shack wall. An angry red X scrawled beside its designation. It branched off the main adit, deeper than the others, plunging into the mountain's guts at a steeper, more unnerving angle. I avoided it, a palpable dread coiling in my stomach whenever my patrol route brought me near its gaping timber-framed entrance. The air near it was colder, a clammy, tomb-like chill that clung to the skin, and there was a smell, different from the general mine damp, a cloying sweetness, like overripe fruit mixed with something coppery, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. Once, driven by a morbid curiosity I instantly regretted, I approached its lip. I didn't shine my light in. The rule screamed in my mind, a frantic, insistent counterpoint to the rational part of my brain that scoffed. But I listened, and I heard it. Not a sound exactly, but the absence of sound. The usual chorus of crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, the very whisper of the wind, all snuffed out as if a giant hand had clamped over the world. And then, a faint, almost sub-audible slithering, like heavy canvas being dragged over wet stone, from somewhere deep within that lightless void. I backed away, my heart hammering, the taste of bile in my throat. My flashlight beam, when I finally dared to sweep it across the tunnel's mouth from a safer distance, revealed nothing but impenetrable black. Yet, for a fleeting second, I thought I saw impressions. Not shapes, but indentations in the thick dust of the tunnel floor. Too wide, too smooth for any animal I knew. Like something immense had recently passed. It was on the fourth night that I met Ellie Rawlins. I heard the crunch of tires on the access road, an unexpected intrusion. My hand instinctively went to the heavy maglite on my belt, a useless comfort. Headlights cut through the trees, and a battered Jeep Wrangler, caked in mud, pulled up near the shack. A woman emerged, no older than late 20s, with tired eyes but a determined set to her jaw. She wore practical work clothes, her dark hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. "You must be the new guy," she said, her voice surprisingly clear and steady in the oppressive quiet. She didn't offer a name, just a curt nod. "Ellie Rawlins. I'm here to check the sump pumps, trying to keep the lower levels from completely flooding. Company's gone, but the lawyers still worry about groundwater contamination lawsuits." There was a weariness in her tone that resonated with my own. She didn't seem perturbed by the mine's atmosphere, or if she was, she hid it well. As she gathered some equipment from her Jeep, I found myself asking, against my better judgment, "You ever hear anything unusual out here? See anything?" Ellie paused, one hand on a rusted wrench. Her gaze flickered towards the main adit, then back to me, shrewd and unreadable. "This mountain's old, Mr. Miles. Old places have old stories. Most are just that. Stories." She didn't elaborate, but for a moment, I thought I saw a shadow pass behind her eyes. A flicker of something more than professional detachment. Some tunnels are best left alone, especially 7. Before I could press further, she shouldered her pack. "Won't be long." And with that, she walked towards the main entrance, her own flashlight cutting a defiant path into the darkness. I watched her go, a strange mix of relief and apprehension churning within me. Another human being, but her casual mention of Tunnel 7, the way her voice had subtly deepened, felt less like a warning and more like a confirmation of the unholy dread that particular passage inspired. Later, as I did my rounds, I found a small, tarnished silver locket near the barricaded entrance to a collapsed sub-tunnel. not far from the path to 7. It was empty, its clasp broken, as if it had been recently and violently torn from someone's neck. The locket gnawed at me. It felt too personal, too intimate for a place this desolate to simply cough up. I kept it in my pocket. Its cold weight a constant, unsettling reminder. The succeeding nights were threaded with an increasing tension. I started hearing things. Distinct whispers that seemed to ride the drafts, snaking from the mind's deeper recesses. Words in English, too quick, too faint to grasp, always vanishing when I tried to focus. Shadows danced at the periphery of my vision. More defined now, less easily dismissed as tricks of light and fatigue. The air in the shack, despite the buzzing heater, grew colder. The metallic tang more pronounced, joined by a faint but pervasive odor of something like spoiled meat. Lester Boone had made no further appearances, which was both a relief and a source of disquiet. His silence felt more ominous than any overt threat. I tried calling the number he'd left for Hemlock Realty once, just to hear a human voice, to report the unease. It rang endlessly in a void of static. It was nearly 3 a.m. on my 7th night. A thick, cloying fog, pressing in from the forest, muffling all sound, when the second rule asserted its terrible dominion. Ring around the rosy, a pocket full of posies. The sound was faint at first, a tiny, tinny melody threaded through the fog, like music from a distant, broken ice cream truck. My blood turned to ice water. It was a child's voice, or more accurately, several children's voices, singing in a high, reedy, unnervingly discordant chorus. It was coming from the mine, deep within. Ashes, ashes, we all fall down. The voices grew louder, clearer, echoing up from the earth itself, each note laced with an unutterable sorrow, a chilling, playful malevolence. It wasn't just singing, it was a summons. My legs felt like lead. The logical part of my brain screamed at me to run, to obey the handwritten scrawl on that damn piece of paper. But the PTSD, the ghost of that other child's voice, rooted me to the spot. This was different, I tried to tell myself. This wasn't real, but it felt real. The air vibrated with it. The melody seemed to seep into my bones, cold and insidious. I stumbled out of the shack, my flashlight beam trembling, pointing it towards the main adit. The singing swelled, closer now, as if its sources were moving, ascending. And then I saw her, or thought I saw her. Ellie Rawlins, standing at the gaping mouth of the mine, her back to me, her head cocked as if listening intently. "Ellie," I croaked, my voice a dry rasp. She didn't turn. The children's voices swirled around her, around me, a vortex of innocent horror. "Get out," the rules screamed silently. 48 hours. I took a step towards her, then another. "Ellie, we have to leave. Don't you hear it?" And then she did turn, slowly. Her face was pale in my flashlight beam, her eyes wide and unfocused. But it wasn't Ellie. Not quite. There was a slackness to her features, a subtle, horrifying wrongness in the tilt of her head, the slight, unnatural curve of her lips, almost a smile. And behind her eyes, something ancient and alien flickered. Panic, cold and absolute, finally broke through my paralysis. I grabbed her arm. It was icy cold like marble. "Ellie, snap out of it." She didn't resist, but she didn't respond either. The singing intensified, a deafening, disorienting cacophony. I half-dragged, half-carried her back towards my truck, the melody seeming to claw at my ears, trying to pull us back. I fumbled with the keys, started the engine, and slammed the truck into reverse, gravel spraying as I tore away from Black Hollow, the children's mournful, mocking refrain chasing us into the fog-choked darkness. We drove for what felt like an eternity, the silence in the cab punctuated only by my ragged breathing, and Ellie's shallow, almost inaudible gasps. It wasn't until we hit the main highway, the first signs of distant, normal light pollution staining the horizon, that she seemed to deflate. A long, shuddering sigh escaped her, and she blinked, looking around as if waking from a deep, disturbing dream. "Garrett?" she whispered, her voice hoarse. "What? What happened? Where are we?" She had no memory of the singing, of being at the mine entrance, only a vague recollection of feeling intensely cold, of a lullaby she couldn't quite place. I didn't press. I couldn't. The 48 hours stretched before us, a period of forced exile filled with an unspoken shared terror. We found a dingy motel. The next day, I tried to find Frank Devereaux. I found him nursing a cheap whiskey in a dimly lit local bar. His eyes, when I mentioned Black Hollow and the singing, went distant and clouded with a fear so profound it was almost palpable. "You heard the choir, son," he rasped, his voice thick with something more than alcohol. "Damn kids. They always want more voices for their song." He pushed a crumpled napkin across the sticky bar top towards me. On it, crudely drawn in smudged pencil, was a partial map of the mine's older, less documented sections. A jagged line pointed towards an area near Tunnel 7. Beside it, a single shaky word. "Listen." The 48 hours crawled by, each minute an agony of suspense. Ellie, though physically recovered, was haunted. She'd call me, her voice tight, asking if I was sure about what I'd heard, what I'd seen. The experience had shaken her carefully constructed pragmatism to its core. We met at a greasy spoon diner, the forced normalcy of coffee and stale donuts a thin veneer over our shared dread. She confessed then about her father, one of the miners lost in the '87 disaster in Tunnel 7. The company had called it a methane explosion, a tragic accident. But there were whispers, inconsistencies. No bodies ever recovered, not one. Frank Devereaux, crude map, was less a guide and more a riddle. It depicted shafts and crawl spaces not on the official schematics. Areas sealed off long before the '87 incident, marked with cryptic symbols. An eye, a spiral, a crude stick figure with arms outstretched. The urge to return, to understand, was a poisonous itch, battling the primal instinct to run and never look back. That single smudged word, listen, what did it mean? When we finally drove back to Black Hollow, the fog had lifted, but the atmosphere was, if anything, more oppressive. A heavy, expectant silence blanketed the mine. As we cautiously approached the main adit, the first thing we noticed was the circle, drawn in chalky white dust, or perhaps powdered stone. Right where Ellie had stood was a perfect child-sized ring around the rosy circle, complete with crude stick figures dancing. It hadn't been there before. My blood ran cold. Lester Boone was nowhere to be seen. The shack was as I'd left it, the air thick with disuse. His continued absence was a gaping hole in the unfolding dread, a silence more eloquent than any threat. Was he part of this? A victim? Or something else entirely? Driven by a desperate need for answers, and armed with Frank's map, Ellie's knowledge of mine structures, and a growing sense of fatalism, we decided to venture deeper than I had before. Not into Tunnel 7. The mere thought still sent shivers down my spine, but into some of the older, adjacent workings marked on Frank's map, hoping to find something. Records, journals, anything to explain the madness. The air grew colder, the silence more profound. The deeper we went, the beam of my flashlight seemed to be swallowed by the darkness just a few feet ahead. The walls, slick with moisture, felt wrong. They seemed to absorb sound, to breathe. I ran my hand along one section, and the rock felt strangely pliant, almost like cold flesh. Ellie, usually so stoic, kept glancing over her shoulder, her face pale. It was in a small, forgotten foreman's office, a crumbling brick alcove off a secondary passage, that we found them. Stacked in a rotted wooden crate were old employee ledgers, shift reports, disciplinary write-ups, all dating back decades, some even predating the 1950s modernizations. Most were mundane. But then Ellie let out a small stifled gasp. She held up a thin, leather-bound journal. The ink was faded, the handwriting spidery. It belonged to a shift supervisor from the late 1940s. His early entries were routine. Then they grew, agitated. He wrote of strange sounds, of miners complaining about seeing things in the deep shafts, of a whispering sickness that made men paranoid and violent. He mentioned Tunnel 7 specifically, calling it the bad place, a section where tools would disappear and lanterns would inexplicably extinguish. One entry, dated just before he apparently quit or vanished. His records ended abruptly, sent a fresh spear of ice through me. Heard the singing again last night. Not the children this time. Something older. Something hungry. It's calling them from 7. Boone's boy, young Lester. He hears it too. Says it promises things. Says the mountain wants its due. Lester Boone. Not Boone's boy anymore, but the name linked to that almost 70-year-old terror, to Tunnel 7, to the singing. It tightened a cold knot in my gut. Just then, a sound echoed from further down the main tunnel towards the surface. A high-pitched, frantic squeaking, thousands of them, followed by a scrabbling, a rushing, like a furry, chittering tide. The rats. The third rule slammed into my consciousness with the force of a physical blow. When all the mine rats start running toward the surface, follow them immediately. Something worse is coming. We looked at each other, eyes wide with dawning horror. The ground beneath our feet gave a low, almost imperceptible tremor, and from the direction of Tunnel 7, a sound began to build. Not singing this time, but a deep, resonant hum, like a colossal intake of breath. Something vast and ancient was stirring in the deep dark. The hum vibrated through the soles of our boots, through the very rock around us. A sound so low, it was felt as much as heard. A thrumming, primeval resonance that spoke of unimaginable mass and ancient, slumbering power. The scrabbling of the rats intensified, a river of panicked, furry bodies. They weren't just fleeing, they were stampeding, a tide of instinctual terror pouring past us, up the slight incline of the passage towards the distant promise of moonlight. Their tiny claws scrabbled against the damp stone, a sound like a million dry leaves skittering in a storm. Some cannoned into our legs, their small bodies trembling, heedless of us in their desperate flight. "We need to go." Ellie's voice was a choked whisper, her face ashen in the bouncing light from my helmet lamp. Now, Garrett, for a moment, I was frozen. The implications of the third rule, the journal entry, Lester Boone's name echoing in the cacophony of my mind. Then, another tremor, stronger this time, dislodged a shower of dust and small pebbles from the low ceiling. The deep hum intensified, resolving into something akin to a monstrous guttural sigh, an exhalation that seemed to draw the very air from our lungs. It was the sound of something immense uncoiling in the lightless depths. We turned and ran, stumbling over uneven ground, our flashlights carving frantic arcs through the oppressive blackness. The rats were our unwilling guides, a desperate, chittering current, leading us towards the mine entrance. Behind us, the character of the sound from Tunnel 7 was changing. The hum was now overlaid with a faint, melodic series of clicks and deep, wet rustlings, as if colossal, unseen mechanisms were grinding into place, or something vast and segmented was stirring, dragging its bulk through the lightless passages. As we neared the junction where Tunnel 7 branched off, the air grew colder, almost painfully so. The sweet, cloying smell I'd noticed before was overpowering now, thick and nauseating, like a charnel house disguised as an orchard. My flashlight beam, against every screaming instinct, flickered towards the yawning abyss of Tunnel 7's entrance. What I saw was not a what, but a how. The darkness within wasn't just an absence of light. It was a living, viscous entity. It seemed to breathe, to pulse with a faint internal luminescence, like bioluminescent algae in an abyssal trench. And within that pulsing darkness, shapes resolved and dissolved. Long, pale, worm-like segments, shifting and coiling around each other, too vast to be comprehended, too alien to be believed. It was not one thing, but many. A collective undulating horror. The source of the humming, the clicking, the buried choir in its raw, chthonic form. A guttural scream tore from Ellie's throat. She stumbled, her ankle twisting. I hold her up, adrenaline afire in my veins. Don't look, keep moving. And then blocking our path to the Maine added, standing as calmly as if awaiting a train, was Lester Boone. He wasn't the frail, reedy man I'd first met, or he was, but something had solidified him. His pale eyes glowed with a faint, reflected luminescence, the same sickly light that pulsed from Tunnel 7. He held a strange, tarnished silver whistle in one hand, its surface carved with unsettling spiral patterns. He was smiling, a thin, bloodless curve of his lips that held no warmth, only a terrifying, proprietary satisfaction. Leaving so soon, Mr. Miles. And Miss Rawlins. His voice was different too. Still quiet, but infused with an unnatural resonance, like the hum from the depths. The performance is just about to begin. The overture, you might say. Boone, get out of the way, I yelled, shoving Ellie slightly behind me. The rats were now a frantic, receding tide, disappearing up the main passage. We were almost out. He raised the silver whistle. The mountain always claims its due, Mr. Miles. It always has. It's a simple arrangement. A few voices for the quiet. A little company for those who sleep below. Ellie let out a choked gasp. Fury and horror warring on her face. You were there. In 87, you monster. Boone's smile widened, a rictus of inhuman amusement. Monster? I am merely the conductor, Miss Rawlins. I ensure the choir has what it needs. Prevents disharmony. He took a step towards us, the air around him shimmering, and it has been so very hungry. The old songs grow stale. The old songs grow stale. From behind him, out of the Stygian blackness of Tunnel 7, the singing began. Not just the children this time. A multitude of voices, a discordant, terrifying symphony of male and female tones, young and old, an overlapping chorus of pain, confusion, and an unholy, eternal hunger. It pressed in on us, a physical weight, crawling under the skin, trying to find purchase in the secret, fearful places of the mind. I heard that child's voice again, clearer now, woven into the monstrous harmony, calling my name, beckoning. It wants fresh voices, Garrett. Boone rasped, his eyes flaring with that sickly internal light. And you, with your particular sorrows, you have a powerful resonance, a solo, perhaps. He lifted the whistle to his lips, but before he could blow, a strangled cry echoed from a side passage, one we hadn't explored, a passage that Frank Devereaux's crude map had marked with a stark, underlined "New." Dr. Marlena Keats stumbled into view, her clothes torn, her face streaked with grime and tears, her eyes wide with a terrifying, ecstatic light. Down there, she's waiting. She pointed a trembling finger towards Tunnel 7, towards the pulsing, geometric nightmare and the cacophony of lost souls. Boone turned, his smile faltering for an instant, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. It was the opening we needed. Now, Ellie, I roared. I shoved Ellie hard towards the narrower, less used passage that Frank's map had vaguely indicated as a potential, if dangerous, alternative route to an old air shaft. As she scrambled away, I turned to face Boone, my maglite held like a club. He was already turning back, his face contorted in a mask of cold fury. The silver whistle was at his lips, but instead of a note, a piercing electronic shriek cut through the unholy chorus. Frank Devereaux, his face a mask of grim determination, stood at the junction of another side tunnel, a small, jury-rigged device in his hand. A tangle of wires, a battery, and what looked like an old emergency klaxon. He'd ripped it from somewhere. The sound was deafening, painfully high-pitched, aimed directly at the entrance to Tunnel 7. The effect was instantaneous and horrifying. The pulsing light within the tunnel stuttered, the swirling shapes recoiling as if struck. The chorus of voices fractured, dissolving into a cacophony of shrieks and pained groans, a sound like 1,000 souls being torn apart. Boone clapped his hands over his ears, his face contorting in agony, the silver whistle clattering to the stone floor. Even Dr. Keats, momentarily jolted from her trance, whimpered and cowered. "Run, damn you!" Frank yelled, his voice tight with strain, his hand white-knuckling the device. "This ain't gonna hold it for long. It hates the noise, the wrong noise." The old scar on his arm, I saw now, was a series of faded circular burns, almost like ritualistic markings. Boone, recovering, lunged for the whistle. I met him halfway, bringing the maglite down in a savage arc. It connected with his shoulder with a sickening thud. He stumbled, but didn't go down, his eyes burning with an inhuman ferocity. He was stronger than he looked, unnaturally so. The ground beneath us heaved. The high-pitched shriek from Frank's device wavered as rocks began to rain down from the ceiling, the entire passage groaning under an immense unseen pressure. The buried choir was fighting back. Frank screamed, a sharp, terrible sound, as a large section of the roof brougham gave way, burying him in a shower of rock and debris. The makeshift klaxon fell silent. The oppressive, multi-voiced hum from Tunnel 7 instantly surged back, stronger, angrier. Boone, ignoring his injured shoulder, scrambled for the whistle. There was no time. I turned and plunged into the darkness of the passage Ellie had taken, hoping Frank's sacrifice, his knowledge of the mine's true nature, hadn't been in vain. Behind me, I heard Boone's triumphant, chilling laugh, followed by the first, piercing note of the silver whistle, a sound that promised an eternity of cold, suffocating darkness and an endless, sorrowful song. The passage Ellie had taken was a nightmare of collapsing timbers and loose scree. It was narrower, older, the air thick with the choking dust of ages. The metallic tang was stronger here, mingling with the scent of wet, disturbed earth. Behind us, the piercing note of Boone's silver whistle cut through the cacophony, a clear, purposeful sound that seemed to slither down the tunnels, seeking us. It wasn't just a sound. I could feel it, a cold, invasive pressure in my skull, urging me to turn back, to join the chorus. "Ellie, this way!" I yelled, my voice hoarse, my flashlight beam dancing wildly. She was a few yards ahead, scrambling over a pile of fallen rock that blocked half the tunnel. I could hear her ragged breathing, punctuated by small pained whimpers. The groaning of the mine was constant now, not just tremors, but a deep structural agony, as if the mountain itself were trying to shrug off the abomination in its heart. Water began to seep from cracks in the walls, quickly turning into trickles, then rivulets, cold and black. "There, shaft," Frank's map, Ellie gasped, pointing a trembling finger towards a barely discernible opening higher up on the tunnel wall, partially obscured by a fall of rock. "It should lead up." The whistle sounded again, closer now, its melody weaving through the terrifying harmonies of the buried choir, which seemed to be drawing nearer, even as the tunnel around us threatened to collapse. I could feel the individual voices now, insidious whispers trying to find the cracks in my resolve, promising an end to pain, promising belonging. I saw, for a horrifying instant, the face of the child I couldn't save, his eyes wide, beckoning me from the darkness ahead. "Garrett!" Ellie's cry, sharp with genuine fear for me, cut through the hallucinatory haze. We clawed our way up the loose rock, dislodging more debris with every movement. The opening was small, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Ellie went first, wriggling into the oppressive blackness. I pushed from below, then followed, the rock scraping against my back, the sound of Boone's whistle, and the choir's unearthly song seeming to claw at my heels. The air shaft was a claustrophobic chimney of rough-hewn rock and rusted iron rungs, slick with mineral-laced water and something else, something foul and organic. It was a vertical ascent into suffocating darkness, our only guide, the faint hope that it led to the surface. Below, the sounds of the enraged choir grew muffled, but Boone's whistle, that damn whistle, seemed to pierce through stone and earth, a relentless, searching tendril of sound. Each rung was an agony. Our muscles screamed, our lungs burned. Once, my foot slipped on a slime-coated run, and I dangled precariously, the abyss yawning below, the chorus seeming to surge in triumph. Ellie, her face a mask of terror, in the brief upward flash of my lamp, reached down, her grip surprisingly strong, and hauled me back. It felt like hours. The air grew thinner, colder, but then a faint, almost imperceptible draft touched my face, and with it, another scent. Pine needles, damp earth, the clean, sharp smell of the world above. Almost. There, Ellie choked out. With a final, desperate surge of adrenaline, we pulled ourselves up and over the lip of the shaft, collapsing onto a carpet of wet leaves and pine needles. We were out on the mountainside, bathed in the indifferent pre-dawn gray. The entrance to the air shaft was little more than a ragged hole in the ground, almost invisible amidst a tangle of rhododendron bushes. Behind us, from the direction of the main mine entrance, a deep, guttural roar of frustrated fury echoed through the forests, followed by a series of sickening, wet, tearing sounds, as if the very mountain were ripping itself apart in a final, cataclysmic spasm. Then, an unearthly, profound silence fell, a silence more terrifying than all the noise that had preceded it. Even the normal forest sounds, birds, insects, seemed to hold their breath. We lay there gasping for a long time. The world felt unreal, distant. The horrors below, too vivid. Finally, Ellie stirred. Boone? Frank? Keats? I shook my head, the truth a cold, heavy stone in my gut. I don't know. But Frank knew. He knew what that thing hated, the memory of his sacrifice. The raw courage in his eyes burned. We stumbled down the mountainside, away from Black Hollow, away from the unnatural silence. We didn't look back. When we finally reached a ranger station hours later, our story, a garbled, half-coherent tale of sibilant darkness, impossible creatures, and a man who conducted a choir of the dead, was met with pitying stares and concerned murmurs about exposure and traumatine. The official report, when it eventually came out weeks later, after a cursory and very cautious geological survey, would speak of a catastrophic structural failure within the long-abandoned Black Hollow mine, likely triggered by minor seismic activity. All access points were declared permanently sealed due to extreme instability. No mention of bodies, no mention of singing. The weeks that followed were a blur of sterile hospital rooms, skeptical police officers, and the heavy, uncomprehending sympathy of strangers. Ellie and I clung to each other, Two survivors adrift in a sea of normalcy that now felt utterly alien. The shared trauma was a raw, invisible bond nobody else could see or understand. My PTSD was different now. The old ghosts were still there, but they were quieter, overshadowed by the fresh, colder horrors of Black Hollow. The child's voice I used to hear was sometimes joined by a faint, discordant chorus, the opening bars of a song I prayed I'd never hear in full again. They tried to tell us we'd imagined it, mass hysteria brought on by stress and the mind's disorienting environment. Boone, they said, had likely been a squatter, a disturbed individual who'd perished in the collapse he might have inadvertently triggered. Dr. Keats, a tragic academic who had wandered off and become lost. Frank Devereaux, simply a local eccentric who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Neat explanations for an untidy, unbelievable horror. But we knew the stale scent of the choir's breath, the icy touch of Boone's gaze, the way the very rock of the mountain had seemed to writhe with malevolent life. Life, eventually, had to go on. Ellie moved away, to the coast, seeking the open sky and the cleansing scent of salt water, as far from the claustrophobic embrace of the mountains as she could get. We kept in touch, our calls infrequent, a reluctant picking at a shared, unhealing wound. She told me once, her voice small and distant, that sometimes, when the tide was out and the wind was just right, she thought she could hear a faint, reedy melody carried on the ocean breeze, like a broken music box lost at sea. I tried to rebuild. I found a quiet job, stocking shelves at a 24-hour hardware store in a town far from any mountains, any mines. The nights were the worst. Every settling creak of my small apartment building, every sigh of the wind, threatened to resolve into that familiar, dreaded tune. I avoided silence. I slept with the radio on, a meaningless babble of talk shows and static my only defense. One rainy Tuesday morning, about a year after Black Hollow, I was Canyon newspaper, waiting for my coffee. A small article on page 6 caught my eye. A local human interest piece from a rural county in Kentucky, several states away from West Virginia. It was about a string of recent unexplained disappearances near an old, supposedly dormant cave system, one recently acquired by an anonymous development corporation with ambitious plans. The locals, the article said, had old stories about the caves, legends of strange sounds, people who went in and never came out. One, a local historian. A kindly old woman mentioned a recurring detail in the folklore, a specific, unsettling lullaby sometimes heard echoing from the deepest chambers. Ring around the rosy, she'd called it. The article even quoted a newly appointed site manager, a Mr. L. Beaumont, a quiet, unassuming man recently arrived from out of state, who assured the community that all safety precautions were being taken. I dropped the coffee. My hands were shaking. Beaumont. Boone. The names, so similar. The pattern, so chillingly familiar. The choir was hungry, and it appeared it was still recruiting conductors. I looked out the window at the anonymous city street, at the oblivious faces hurrying through the rain. The melody, faint but unmistakable, began to weave its way through the static of the cafe's cheap radio. Ashes, ashes. This time, it wasn't just in my head. It was out there. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that the song had never truly ended. It had only paused. And somewhere, in the deep dark, the conductor was waiting to begin the next verse. And I, and God knows how many others, were just unwilling notes in Black Hollow's unending, sorrowful lullaby. Black Hollow holds its secrets deep underground. Garrett Miles learned that some rules are the only things standing between you and the darkness. The children's choir. Its song isn't just a melody, it's a summons. The conductor may be gone, but the music lingers. Seriously, if you didn't stay until the very end, you missed the chilling final verse. The twist that reveals the true, terrifying reach of Black Hollow's influence. The last few moments will leave you questioning what you hear. What do you think the buried choir is? What was Boone's true purpose? Share your theories in the comments below. And if you made it through the night at Black Hollow Mine, if the singing hasn't claimed you, then you're already a part of our story. Subscribe to Tonight Creepypasta Rules. Because some lullabies, they're meant to put you to sleep forever. And the song, it's always playing.